right. Joseph is in the house tonight. On Truth. Shit 120. I got sincere truth rules. Yeah, I wait to see if we get the God I'll be in here too, man. We got a little story. It's a knowledge point. I think it was Atif. They sent me a they sent me a story here about the vaccine, saying that the FDA is saying that there is going to take 55 years for them to release all of the information about the vaccine through the Freedom of Information Act. Until 2076. So I got in touch with IB earlier. You know, he's one of our resident health experts, so he can come in and add on to that. Yeah, because in this article that I saw here on zerohedge.com, a little chart here. It has a little chart here that's dealing with the information that they collected. When you look at this chart, it says case outcome. Right, so the total amount of people that they had in the survey is looks like 43,000, 29,914 females, 9,182 males, 2,990 no data, right? Now, out of the outcomes here, we have 19,582 19,582 are recovered or recovered. 520 are recovered with sequelae. I guess this is some long-term effect. You have 11,361 not recovered at the time that this is written. And you have 9,400 cases that is unknown would occur. And you have 1,223 fatalities. So, you know, if we look at the numbers, you know, first of all, it's inconclusive because you got 40,000 people in the survey. 20,000 people is not recovered, right? Or it's unknown what happened.
Is that recovered from what?
From COVID.
That's not the vaccine.
This is why I said we got to get IV in here. You know, it would appear to me because even when you say out of 40,000 people, right? That's what 2.5% fatalities, right? What was the percent of fatalities without the vaccine?
Yeah.
Right. And then we assuming that all 20,000 of the people who's even not recovered or their cases unknown, we're assuming that all of them is okay.
So is this like people who had COVID and they got the vaccine, or they didn't get the vaccine?
That's why I invited IB to come in because I couldn't tell you.
People die from all kinds of causes anyway.
Yeah, but
It's a fact that they were marking down on the death certificate COVID when, like in Illinois, the state health commissioner came out and said, we were marking COVID on the death certificate if they have a positive test for COVID. They could have died from a car crash, but if they had a positive test for COVID, they marked COVID on the death certificate, which means they're just making it up.
And from a purely mathematical standpoint, it appears that it's either ineffective or dangerous.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know if there's some type of methodology in terms of these studies in particular, but yeah, what it says right there, don't look at.
So did you say that your job wanted you to get the vaccine or something?
They want me to get no vaccine.
Oh no, I thought you said you were
No,
in that situation.
People around me, they've already gone through all different levels of trials and tribulations.
Yeah.
So what's going on? Do we get any, was there any updates with the Ahmaud Arbery case? I haven't really been getting into this situation. I haven't been getting into the situation with the guy that drove the guy that drove the van into the parade. But I think the conspiracy theorists is starting to get to me. You know what I mean? Because the timing of a lot of things is just starting to be off to me. You know, you got the situation with Malcolm X's daughter last night. Well, last night is when I heard about it. Has anybody been on top of the Ahmaud Arbery case? What is the what's the outlook on that? Hunter Biden? Yeah, I'm out the loop with Hunter Biden. I actually was working on some we had a couple new designs. We had a couple new designs coming for Friday. So the jury is deliberating, but were you following the case? Like, what is the like how does it, because like with the Rittenhouse case, everybody saw it coming. Wait, what you said? Yeah, I don't know what you you definitely, before we mention that district attorney, I think we need some what they call it, we need receipts, I think, on that. That's I know it's not a hotel channel no more, but we don't want to go to being a gossip channel. But district attorney, this is blasphemy. So I got sincere said one of them admitted that Ahmaud posed no threat. I mean, it was clear that he posed no threat. But like we were saying over the last couple of days, is that the way these prosecutors present the cases, starting from the investigations to the charges that they bring, all the way to the arguments and the motions that they have during the case. A lot of times it doesn't seem like the prosecutor is necessarily trying their hardest to get a conviction. but it is a strange case. It's a strange case, and who's on the jury, I think is going to make a big difference. You know what I'm saying? Because, once you get down to that level, like, if you ain't got Johnny Cochran, you could be in trouble. But, at the end of the day, they cornered Ahmaud Arbery, right? His defense is going to be, or his defense is that I wouldn't have shot him if he didn't go for the gun. So we kind of, the cases are similar in that way, in that, yeah, somebody went for your gun, but, you created a whole situation by even going over there with the gun.
I haven't heard about this case.
The Ahmaud Arbery case?
No.
Yeah, that was last year. The son and the father chased him down on the pickup truck, and they had a friend that was behind him that was filming it. So that's how the whole thing got on tape. You know what I'm saying? And so they just they came up to trial. They trial went to jury now. And the other case, Kyle Rittenhouse, I know you heard that. Yeah. So yeah, it's the same kind of thing where he's like, once he got to the heat of the moment, things was happening, then it's self-defense, but you still went out there for some smoke, or because you wasn't going hunting. You know what I'm saying? You knew where you was going. It was going to be people. Shit was going to be hostile. So, you came strapped with you know what I'm saying? It's not, to me, it's not too much other way to look at it. You know what I'm saying? But all that's not, depending on, that's what I'm saying, depending on what type of lawyer you got and all of that, that's not included. They just talking about the actual event that just occurred right there, and none of the things that really, kind of led up to the event, whether it was malicious or negligent. Hunter Biden laptop was leaked out. I thought his laptop didn't leak out. Yeah, I don't. Interesting. Last surviving woman born in 19th century dies at 124. World's oldest ever person, Francisca Susano, the last surviving woman born in the 19th century, dies age 124. Affectionately known as Lola Iska, died on Monday night at her home in the Philippines. Interesting. Now I'm not seeing much news on it. DC records 200th homicide of the year, not seen since '04. Homicides rose in 29 major U.S. cities through September compared with the same period last year. According to the Council on Criminal Justice, a Washington-based institute, killings across the country spiked nearly 30% in 2020. The FBI has said Baltimore surpassed 300 killings for the seventh consecutive year, and homicides in Philadelphia reached 497 on Monday, 13% higher than this time last year. Officials in the district and across the country say there is no simple explanation for the increase in deadly violence. District leaders have offered many possible reasons, including the proliferation of illegal firearms and their use in seemingly minor disputes and pandemic-induced disruptions that slowed courts, emptied jails, curtailed public transportation, and ruptured the safety net relied on by many in the most underserved communities. Man, homicides in neighboring Prince George County are rising too, going over 100 for the first time since 2008. Killings are also up in Montgomery County and in Fairfax County. I think they go to God, I'll be right there. Yeah, I'll be, hold on, let me put the link in there because I was just covering a couple other news stories real quick. But yeah, that's crazy, man. When you hear that the young brothers out there killing each other like that. But yeah, let me put this link in here real quick. I'll be see if you have any insight on us about what's going on with that. Wait a minute. Divine Understanding said the prosecutor in the Arbery case stated that good neighborhood is always policing, that a good neighborhood is always policing itself, and called Mr. Arbery a recurring nighttime intruder that refused to stop when confronted. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't sound like the prosecutor is trying to get a conviction necessarily with that kind of closing statement. Right. Atif said, with Amar Arbery, the judge said, in order to be making a citizen's arrest, you must, one, witness a crime, and two, go for the arrest immediately after. So their contention that they approached him legally is out the window. I mean, yeah, absolutely. Like I said, regardless, you caused this situation.
Peace. Peace to the family. Peace to the family.
Did you get a chance to look up the article, like what was the origin of it and everything? Because that was some of the questions that we had already. Was was that about people that was vaccinated, people that wasn't vaccinated? Like, what was the science behind that?
Well, I read that article, and basically that was about how they conducted the randomized control trial, and all of the paperwork that Pfizer put in so that they could get approved by the FDA. Now, that article, it was posted on the nondescript site. I noticed that most of the sites that posted that article or something similar to it, none of them are really major news sites besides Reuters.
Mm-hmm.
So either they're trying to suppress that, or maybe the information is not accurate.
Hey, that's what I was saying. Weird, because in particular, it's this last chart right here that's at the bottom, where it says that it's about 43,000 participants. And it says that 19,500 have recovered or are recovering. 520 have recovered with some long-term consequences. 11,300 have not recovered at the time of the report. 9,400 is unknown what the outcome was, and you got 1,223 deaths. So even being generous and assuming that the 11,000 people that wasn't recovered yet, and the 9,400 people that they lost track of, assuming that all of those people recovered, right, we still talking about 2.5%. We're talking about 2.5% of the people that was involved in this study was fatalities. So I'm pretty sure I recall that that's about the same or maybe more than the percentage of people that was passing away at the when there was no vaccine. So is there some kind of madness to, is there something extra about the methodology of these types of studies, right? That kind of go beyond just that kind of analysis of the arithmetic.
Well, as far I know, I read the FDA random control trial, and these numbers don't sound the same as what they was talking about on the emergency use authorization for the actual study. So I don't know where they're exactly getting this information from. Do they have any? I don't see any links to any sources or anything like that. You see any links to any sources?
Well, what I'm really, let me see if
I'm looking at it right here. Joint status report. Wildfire. Fully released youth document, 55 years.
yeah, and I mean that in and of itself right there, that, to be withholding this information for 55 years, I'm not
By
even,
that time, everybody would probably be dead. So,
and I'm
I mean, the
saying,
excuse that they're giving makes a little bit of sense, but not a whole lot of sense.
yeah, but it would appear to me that it's like, okay, at this point, you're actually going out of your way to give fuel to conspiracy theories.
Right.
Like if that's how you refer to them, if what you're trying to do is calm everyone's mind into thinking that this is safe, I think that is probably at the bottom of the list. That's probably down at the bottom of the list of things you should do.
I agree. I mean, what was interesting to me was that the people that made the Freedom of Information Act request were from some of the top Ivy League universities, but they all filed the request in a Texas district court. That didn't sound kind of strange.
Well, where's Pfizer located?
Pfizer downtown. They got Pfizer downtown. But I don't know if that's the main office.
Right. A lot of companies, they move to Texas and Florida because they don't have state tax.
That's true. But it's also Texas is one of the governors that's fighting back against the mandates and all that too, right?
Yeah. But that to me is that's one of the wildest developments that I've seen in this. That now they would be
Yeah, their main headquarters is downtown, 42nd Street.
Pfizer.
Yep.
Let's see if we.
They got the paper. They got the actual lawsuit up there too. Now the district court. It says plaintiff. Okay, so public health and medical professionals and transparency plaintiff against Food and Drug Administration defendant. Civil action number 421 CV 01058-P. Second joint report. Plaintiff. Public health and medical professionals for transparency by and through attorneys and defendant, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration by and through attorney hereby submit this joint report in compliance with the court's order of November 10th, 2021, ECF number 19, the order. The order asks the parties to appraise the court of whether a scheduling conference is needed, and if not, propose deadlines for the expedited briefing schedule if necessary. The defendant's position: a scheduling conference is needed with the court in order to set a schedule for the processing of records in response to plaintiff's Freedom of Information Act request. Setting a processing schedule does not need to go to the merits of the case, but instead sets the schedule for the necessary deadlines to govern the FOIA case. The processing schedule serves as an important precursor to future deadlines in the case, including scheduling for dispositive motions in FOIA cases. And FOIA requester typically files suit after it has submitted a FOIA request to an agency, and the agency has not yet processed and produced all responsive records to the requester. 5 USC 552 section 4B. Once a case is filed and the government has answered the complaint, the parties usually negotiate a schedule by which the government will search for, process, and produce records responsive to the plaintiff's FOIA request. If the parties are unable to agree upon a schedule, courts typically enter a process schedule after considering arguments for each party's proposed schedule that were presented in the status report or at scheduling conference. Yeah. So it's legit.
That's I mean, to me, it's just one of them things where the plot is thickening. You know what I'm saying? Like when it first came out, it wasn't that I was doubting the effect of it, you know what I mean, that it actually existed or anything like that. But, you know, all of the kind of different theories about where it came from and all of that, I was kind of like, I don't really want to get caught up in all these conspiracies, like kind of, let's sit back and, pay attention and see, how it starts coming out. But the more that comes out, the more I'm like, this is seeming orchestrated. You know what I'm saying? Just like I was saying, with this guy now that drove the van into the parade.
Yeah.
Not saying that it's orchestrated, but the timing of these things is starting to look a little, Malcolm X's daughter too, and just things that it's like, is this just to provide some type of distraction? Because at the same moment, it's like a lot of serious things going on. You know what I mean? Even, some things, not to say that it's not, people lose their life. That's serious. You know what I'm saying? But, is this thing, the Travis Scott situation, is that really bigger news, than other things that's going on right now? You know what I'm saying? So maybe not even the timing to say that you causing these things to happen. You know what I mean? But the timing that, things like, for instance, they saying with him that things have been going on at his concerts the whole time. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
they did say that.
So the timing of you, picking this particular incident to be the one that you, kind of covered to this degree, all of it is seeming a little bit suspect to me.
it's real suspect to me, this specific article and case, because it says here on page 9 in the actual motion that the plaintiff is an organization comprised of over 30 accomplished academics, professors, and scientists from the medical schools and related departments of our most prestigious universities, including Yale, Harvard, UCLA, and Brown. These academics and scientists represent a cross-section of every discipline relevant to the licensure of the Pfizer vaccine, and include many of the best our country has to offer when it comes to reviewing and assessing the appropriateness and validity of the FDA's decision-making in licensing the product. The ability of a majority of Americans to participate in civil society and even exercise basic liberty rights are now contingent upon receiving this product. For example, the White House's recent COVID-19 action plan and executive orders have made receipt of this product a condition of employment for more than 6 million federal workers and contractors, 22 million healthcare professionals, 84 million private sector workers, and enlisted reserve members of our armed forces. There are few whose livelihood, education, service, and participation in civil society are not contingent on a government requirement to receive this product. On this basis alone, basic liberty and government transparency demand that the documents and data submitted by Pfizer to license the product be available to the plaintiff and the public forthwith, precisely as contemplated by federal regulations. See, that right there alone, for the main media companies not to cover this story, somebody is suppressing this story. For it only to be covered by these backwoods media channels and Thomson Reuters. Thomson Reuters is worldwide, but the rest of them, the Associated Press and all of them, did not cover this. That's strange.
Yeah. And then see, I got another question. It's one of those 5% kind of questions, but why was these people not down with the whole motion? You know what I'm saying? Like, if we got something that is this important, some of those people should have been included.
What you mean by that?
Some of these scientists that's on this list right here, right? If they the foremost scientists at Harvard and Yale, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, these people should have already been consulted about this.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Who's the people, because that's just another problem that I had with the whole thing. It's like, we got the word from Pfizer. Pfizer said it's safe. It's like, there's not much other things that they do like that. You understand what I'm saying?
Right. This should have been peer reviewed.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's the word I was looking for. These is the peers that should have already been, they should if even if they wasn't down, they should know people that was down.
Well, they said in the article that they were doing this so that they could stop hesitancy and increase transparency when it comes to the vaccines. But if it was simple that's even more reason for them to have this, spread across the news channels. But they're suppressing it. So evidently, there's something that they don't want the public to know. And these scientists feel like they got some fresh meat as well.
For something.
And then they had that other doctor. He had a whole legion of doctors that signed on to him, and they had that Dr. Robert Malone. He had a whole legion of scientists. They I think they met in either Rome or somewhere like that. But he got a bunch of people to sign a declaration about what's going on with this whole COVID-19 situation. You know about him, right?
I know it's a couple of dudes, but I was just going to ask you, what happened to Lane Rolling dude? I ain't see him on there in a minute.
Yeah, so he was on, he be on there in this other club. In this other club, they do a show called Coffee with the Doc. But the people in the Million Marathon, they got one of the big clubs in the nighttime and all that. They've been shooting him down, talking about he's just a foot doctor. And he don't know what he's talking about, that he only has a certificate in Peru to deal with infectious diseases, but he's not really an infectious disease doctor. Now, some of the things that he says is kind of, they kind of weird, but a lot of things that he says is kind of right and exact. And they have him recurring on like BNC. So I don't know when it comes to him. He's controversial.
He's one of them people that like it's possible, but he just got a temperament that seems off for being a doctor and shit. You know what I'm saying? I never really I guess I don't know a whole bunch of doctors, but I never really seen a doctor be as braggadocious as him.
Right.
So that was one of the things that threw me off. And then it was just that, yo, you just a Forrest Gump of medicine, man. Like you've been in war zones, you've been in third world countries, man. You giving out vaccines, making limbs, all that type of stuff. Well, I'm like, yo, come on, man.
Well, I seen a video where he has the seeds down in South America, the young kids from Alabama. He took them out there. They had them actually practicing medicine in the hot zone in Peru. And, unless it was just a propaganda video, it looked pretty interesting as far as his whole thing is teaching the next wave of original doctors and scientists so that they could be at the forefront. So I don't know. It sounds good.
Yeah. But that's one of the things, man, that I'm starting to see. Well, I'm just starting to become suspect of is that we get in a new set of promises to be the heaven of the future and shit. You know what I'm saying? So, these kind of Umar Johnsons and et cetera, that's what's like giving them fuel is that people is running out of hope. Like I was reading something one time and it was talking about how the civil rights movement, right, led to like the downfall, not the downfall, but kind of like the original prosperity preachers from the 30s and the 40s and the 50s, that they was one of the things that made them successful is that people was poor and their situations was so bad. You see what I'm saying? That these people
like Father Divine and them,
right? And what's your man named Prophet Jones, all those cats, Elijah Muhammad, that a lot of them, specifically, they were starting their movements during the Great Depression. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And that was one of the things with like Father Divine, if you came there and said peace, then you got free dinner. And that was also one of the things that built up that kind of loyalty towards them, is that they all had kind of programs where they would provide for people during that time. But that once you got to the 70s and you started getting civil rights, so now Black people's condition is improving a little bit. So whereas in the before that time, you could kind of just promise Black people that, look, you're going to be able to put these burdens down one day. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't got to tell you all about this prosperity because your condition is so bad that we can just tell you that you can take that burden off. But that, once you started getting more middle class, I guess, quote unquote, Black people, that now they, this led to the rise of the more modern dudes like Cash Flow and TD Jakes, where money and riches is a part of the salvation. You know what I'm saying? So, I think in this time right now, you're getting back to a time where the people is getting desperate. You know what I'm saying? Like the promises of the civil rights movement, haven't really come in fruition like that. You know what I'm saying? The promises of the drug game, the promises of et cetera, et cetera. And so people is getting back in a state where anybody kind of with that perfect promise can become the Pied Piper.
Well, I think Martin Luther King summed it up perfectly when he said that he thought that he was leading his people into a burning house. So, I mean, the promise to civil rights and integration, he realized, that wasn't what he thought it was. And that has definitely come to fore at this point. We know that integration is not going to be the answer. Civil rights is not going to be the answer. Basically, the laws and rules just don't apply to certain people in this country, and they apply more heavily to us. So at this point, we have to make a decision on exactly we going, because we really children to
cutting it out a little bit.
And mass incarceration. I said, so, I mean, we have to figure out if we really want our children's children to continue to be shot by police, mass incarcerated, suffering from substance use, and all of the issues that we are continuing to go through. At this point, do we want to pass that down to our children? We're going to have to make that choice. It's going to be our decision. It's going to be our generation's decision.
I mean, in a certain way, I think we already, we kind of lost the power over that decision. They successfully, you could say that, in like 1988, 1989, 1990, maybe even 91, I'm talking about during the era where, Public Enemy is the number one group out there. Spike Lee is Do the Right Thing is a top movie out there. Nelson Mandela is getting out of jail, visiting, like it's almost like, like how they say the sleeping giant rolled over. You know what I'm saying? And it was an opportunity that it could have got up, but then it got rocked right back to sleep. You know what I'm saying? So I think just there's a lot of people that, you know, we live in a society right now, right, that kind of allows you to make a living by doing a lot of dumb things. That it's like all of them things kind of, it's got to hit rock bottom. See, like the things you were saying is none of that is seeming to be enough. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, hard times, hunger, nakedness, out of doors,
right?
Also beaten and killed by the ones that advocate that kind. Like that's not enough. It hasn't. You know, it's just some people where you like, God damn, you ain't tired of the shit that you going through and shit. Like, nah. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, especially now, which I don't think that's unique to the Black community, but, you know, we live in that particular time of, you know, we special. You know what I mean? Just in terms of like these other things now don't affect me. You know what I'm saying? Like, you ever heard, did you see the documentary about OJ? And it came a point where they was like, yo, all these Black people came outside and shit, you know, to cheer on OJ and shit, because he was their hero and shit. You know what I mean? And they got OJ in the car, and the police said OJ turned to him and said, what are all these niggas doing in Brentwood? Yeah, yeah, you know, because, you know, to him, he's not Black, he's OJ. You know what I'm saying? He had a friend, he had a friend that told him that he said that to in the documentary, that he was like, you know, we was from the Bay Area. You know what I'm saying? So during the time that OJ is doing his thing, the Black Panthers is on the rise. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, these is dudes that's our generation and everything. Like, you know, yeah, I'm seeing, you know, I'm having that type of mindset. You know, so I'm at the party with OJ and he got all these colored people around. I'm like, yo, OJ, man, if you smile on these people's face, and you know, 5 years ago before you got in the league, these dudes wouldn't spit on us if we was on fire, man. Now you know. And he said, OJ told him, yeah, I'm not Black, I'm OJ. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And I think we got a lot of more people like that now. You know what I'm saying? That you know, at the very least, right? Like I was hearing this dude talking on the app not too long ago. And it was like, he was like, yo, listen, it's, you know, the only thing we can do is reparations. And as people was like, yo, you know, but we can start these businesses and he was like, nah, none of that's gonna work, man. You all being stupid. Only thing we can do is reparations, you know. But that's it was like, to me, the one thing he was leaving out is that, see, you live over there at Hudson Yards. Like, you on here bragging about how you did a deal for $4 million. You know what I'm saying? So you got individuals that it's like, you're not at that stage where you got to do something. You understand what I'm saying? Meaning that, you know, a lot of the people that we look at as heroic, they people that just stood up when, look, we got to do something. You know what I'm saying? Thanks. Like, we here on this farm, I don't know if we're going to make it to Canada or Mexico or wherever we got to go, but we got to do something. You know what I'm saying?
Either that or they was picked.
Yeah, you understand what I mean? Or the brothers in the 50s and the 60s, you know what I'm saying? The conditions that they was dealing with is like, you know, listen, this is it. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, if you got certain people that, you know, they kind of sitting on easy street and they like, yeah, you know, something got to be done, but, you know, let's come up with a plan, you know, specifically a plan that don't fuck my shit up. You know what I'm saying? In the midst of,
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy you said that. Now that make me think like, did they set Martin Luther King up? That's just real controversial right there for you to say that. Because, you know, he was part of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. And he was just a young minister that was part of that conference, and they chose him to be the face. But what happened to all those people after he was shot?
well, that's something I looked at before. You got the faction that went on to become like the preachers of Black America, and you got the faction that joined the Democratic Party.
Mm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I know they pick certain people to do certain things because even when you look at Rosa Parks, Rosa Parks wasn't the only person that, you know, sat in the front of the bus. You got Claudette Colvin that's right here in the Bronx. She was another young lady that sat in the front of the bus because she was tired or whatever. But they said that they picked Rosa Parks because she was a certain skin color, and Claudette Colvin had a baby outside of marriage, and they just wanted a certain pious personality to assume that role.
Well, all of those cases was chosen. You know, for the most part, it appears that a lot of those people, they was people that worked for the NAACP. Like Brown versus Board of Education.
Mm-hmm.
Like her, somebody in her family, I think her father or somebody worked for the NAACP too. You know what I'm saying? But that was actually, like I said, those cases was chosen, like they chose particular kids that came from particular backgrounds, you know, that they knew there would be no other reason to deny them other than they was Black. You know what I'm saying? So it was actually a couple of cases, like it was more than one case, but Brown, being that her name start with a B, her name was the first, and being that they couldn't put everybody's name on there, it became Brown versus the Board of Education. But you know, yeah, that a lot of those cases, it was like you know, they was going around, you know, like Thurgood Marshall and his team, that's what they was particularly doing, going around looking for cases that you know, the challenge would have to go to the Supreme Court level. You know what I mean? Same thing what they explained about the lady with abortion.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Where, you know, they was looking for a particular case that they could use to take the matter to the Supreme Court and challenge things on this grounds or that grounds. But, you know, the case has to be kind of specific in a way that, you know, it fits on that standing. Mm-hmm. So, you know, that's actually a common practice with people that's attempting to challenge the interpretation of the Constitution.
Mm-hmm. So I think the major argument right now is, you know, you do you remember when Bill Cosby came out with the pound cake speech?
The chocolate cake, you mean?
No, the pound cake speech. So look, 50 years after Brown versus the Board of Education, they was having a certain event to celebrate, what has been accomplished after Brown versus the Board of Education. And Bill Cosby gave a speech. If you Google it, it's called the Pound Cake speech. In this speech, that's where they say that he started talking down to Black America, talking about, people with their pants hanging off their ass and, fatherless children and, mothers having babies out of just everything that he said in that speech, right? It was talking about the state of Black America. And he said that he said that a kid got shot for stealing a piece of pound cake, right? And they said people want to feel so sorry for him that he got shot, but what was he doing with the pound cake? And he got really vilified for giving this speech. But I think that this is the major argument right now. Are we the cause of our own trouble, or is it because of systemic racism? And I see this theme coming up again and again.
Well, I don't know if the two can be separated right now. Because, kind of anybody in general, you know what I mean? But certain people in particular, controlling your environment is kind of how, you keep control of yourself. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's your mental environment or your physical environment, you know what I mean? Just like, right now, that's something that I always laugh about, is that, you could go to, in any inner city, right? You could go to a location, you could go to the courthouse, you know what I'm saying? And you'll find people working there that got every crime under the book. You understand what I'm saying? But a lot of that was because of the environment that they was in, they reacted a certain kind of way. You know what I'm saying? Where, you decide to sell drugs or you decide to hurt somebody or steal something or whatever the case may be. But now in the environment that they're in, they don't even think like that. Like somebody could leave some shit sitting right there on the concrete right now, they wouldn't even think about picking it up because they're in a different type of environment. You know what I'm saying? Or, you may have a person who, they may have killed somebody, you know what I'm saying, years ago, and now because they just not in an environment where people is always losing their tempers and, violence is the answer to everything. So they'll react totally different. You know what I mean? So kind of that's the same way I see it applying to that.
Well, our degrees, it basically talks about how, people are deaf, dumb, and blind due to, different things that's going on as far as the way the devil has it set up. But the question, still remains when we have over 200 rappers getting killed last year and stuff like that going on, right?
Wow, that was the number. And I was saying that that's gotta be rising up the list of the most hazardous professions.
Yeah. I mean, they got the drill music and then, the culture down south. And it's just, it's real crazy right now.
And once you add in the brothers that's getting locked up too, it's like, goddamn.
Right. But we know at this point, like, I don't think it's somebody that could say they never came across, the science in some way. the science of everything in life, right? In some form at this point. So right now, what is driving us to continue to go the other direction?
I think it was the success of Cartel Pro. Like that was a success. You know, they successfully, you know, through whatever means, whether it was, you know, straight murder, assassination, whether it was, you know, kind of ostracizing them, whether it's through economic destruction, you know, they destroyed, in those ways, they destroyed the person in the neighborhood that played the role of the righteous person. You know what I'm saying? Or, you know, not necessarily righteous like in the sense that we think of it, of having the knowledge, but just, you know, there's nobody from the Panthers right now, right? That, you know, when they do MTV Cribs, you know what I'm saying? Do they go by that guy's crib? You understand what I'm saying?
Mm.
So just in general, I think a lot of people see it like that. Like it's like, we already know all of that stuff, right? But now we don't see the best part. You know what I mean? Like, you know, you saying that, and yeah, we get it. But, you know, these other people over here is living the life. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like it was a dude that he had the knowledge and he went to jail. He came out and he didn't have the knowledge no more. He was blood. So the brothers asked him like, yo, you know, why you fell victim? He's like, you know, I never really fell victim. You know, like I stopped being witness. But, you know, when I was locked up, if you was blood, you got an extra piece of chicken.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So, you know, for a few dollars more, that you know what I'm saying? That's one of the favorite sayings of the guy I met. I met with those for a few dollars more. So I think that's just a whole you know, kind of thing that happened. And you know, I think that was another result of civil rights, right? Is that, you know, now the rich people, right, they can go live by white people, the rich black people, that is. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if they saying, well, we rich and they wealthy, they still this and they still that. Yeah, but you over there now. And so now,
like Patrice.
Yeah, and those are your issues now. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you don't care. I ain't gonna say you don't care, but it's not gonna be as urgent to you, right? What is the situation with the school books at Harriet Tubman? You see what I'm saying? Because you're not going to Harriet Tubman. You're going to PS1 downtown. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, so you know, at that time though, just the segregation itself, right? It kind of forced all of us to have certain issues so, you know, we could still become more of a body. You know what I'm saying? Not to say that everybody was down at that time either. You know what I'm saying? But it could be more, you know, more solidified. You know, that's why I say right now it actually has to come in time where it hits rock bottom, you know, just in terms of, you know, you got people right now that they come on YouTube, right? And they do makeup. You know what I'm saying? They do their makeup and they make, thousands of dollars a month, man, like tens of thousands.
That's a fact.
But the thing is, are those really survival skills? You know what I'm saying? Like we saw that a little bit in the pandemic, you know what I'm saying? Meaning, look, certain people, what you're doing, that's not necessary. You understand what I'm saying? And certain people got to see that, yo, you know what? No matter how much shit hits the fan, they not trying to get rid of you. You know what I'm saying? Like they'll make specific provisions, give you a specific letter that, listen, nah, he's not to be fucked with. We need this person over here at the job. You know what I'm saying? And those is, the essential workers or whatever, but those are the things that actually add value to society. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, you got supply and demand is the basic fundamental giver of value in capitalism, right?
Right.
But you also got some other things that's not quite as powerful, right? But they not quite as powerful, but they also affect it. You know what I'm saying? For instance, value to society. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So in other words, you got some medicine that, they can make this shit and they ain't really got nothing to do with the supplier. You know what I'm saying? But the fact that the shit is life-giving, then yeah, every pill is 7,000 a piece. And you understand what I'm saying? Because what are you going to do if I don't give it to you?
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
The price. Right.
Yeah. And then you got another one that's really kind of it's the most unstable one, and that's just what people is willing to pay you. You know what I'm saying? Like it's things that is not worth any money, but if people is willing to pay you for it, it's people that take the money. You know what I'm saying?
Like the NFT thing,
like the music industry. You understand what I'm saying? If a music label, right? If you buy a blank tape, they'll sell it to you. Like they don't have it ain't like they got no quality control down there. They really care. If 5 million people buy one of those, they will sell 5 million of them. You understand what I'm saying? It's just a matter of whatever they can get people to pay. Sometimes you got real estate falls into that. You know what I mean? But
that's that album that the dude with the HIV medicine, the album that he bought from Wu-Tang.
Right. Yeah. It's just worth whatever he was willing to pay for it. You know what I'm saying? So I think a lot of people right now, they kind of surviving off of things that, that's just people just willing to pay you for that right now because it's something to post on their Instagram or whatever, but it's not really, you know what I'm saying? This is not something that, if shit hits the fan, you know what I mean? It may not be longevity in that, especially when you're dealing with a lot of things that it's like it's like niche things.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like one thing that people talk about, different communities that circulate their money, right? But they don't make their money by circulating. They make their money by supplying something to other communities. You understand what I'm saying? Like Chinese people got people from every community coming to them to buy Chinese food, and then they circulate that way. You understand what I'm saying? You know, so what do what does most Black people have like that?
Nah,
You know what
we
I'm
sell.
saying?
All we sell is our labor.
Yeah, but not even just that. But I'm saying, like, out of the say the billionaires that exist, right? You know, how many of them is really, you know, they crossover? Like I'm saying like this. The dude Robert Johnson, right? That made BET, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many white people watch BET? You understand what I'm saying? If your market is all Black people, and we got all these predictions of how wealth is supposed to be leaving the Black community over the next years, right? Then what's gonna happen to your business? Like you selling, you know, you got all these boss women. You know, this used to be a hotel channel. So you have all these boss women that, you know, they got these businesses that they selling lace front weaves. You know, how's we, you know, what's gonna happen?
What's gonna happen?
That's why I say, you know, at some point, you know, when it gets to that level, you know, who knows when? You know, all we can say right now is that in the history of societies, all of them have come and gone.
I was building on this weekend on my podcast, right? Like we don't in our communities right now, we don't have the butcher, the baker, and the candlestick maker. Like who? Like nobody fulfills those rules. We those roles. We get people from outside our community to fulfill all of those roles. Plumbers, the carpenters, the house builders, the lawyers, the everything. Everything we get comes from outside of our community. Why are we not fulfilling the most basic roles in our community anymore?
There's another round, and I don't, you know, this is kind of making excuses, but I think this is serious. There was another round of and you know how licensing was designed to keep Black people out of you know, certain professions. You know what I'm saying? The unions, you know, eventually they came up with another round of things that kept brothers out of those professions. You know what I'm saying? Just those, I'm talking about those kind of professions where there's not really a whole bunch of bars to entry. You know what I'm saying? Construction, you know what I'm saying? You know, now it's just a whole bunch of other stuff. You know, if you got child support situation, you can't work, you know, just all types of things. I think that put that bottom rung of the ladder out of reach for too many individuals. And then just the, you know, the kind of the aggregate effect of all those individuals led to a whole community where led to a whole community which is fucked up.
So when you look at, if you look at Rosewood and Black Wall Street, what was creating value in those times in those communities? In my mind, what was creating value was that we had control of all those base levels of infrastructure within the community so that we can make value.
Yeah, I think it was also, like I said, you know, the fact that, you know, we know this is our situation. You know, everybody is not aware that they're in the same situation. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why, you know, at one time, you know, it was, you know, if a person, you know, whatever clothes a person had, you know what I'm saying, the basic teaching of the world was that, you know, as long as you keep it clean and neat, you know, you're good. You know what I'm saying? You know, now, you know, you got just a different, you know, a different type of mentality where, you know, I don't know if that kind of sticking together could be done, because here's the thing, right? A common enemy brings about unity faster than a common cause.
Mm.
The unity don't always last as solid as a common cause.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? So you know, kind of that's the thing that happens. You know what I mean? Like I was watching this thing one time about the brothers in the West Coast, right? It was a YouTube thing, and they was talking about the Bloods and how the Bloods never used to fight. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, from the 70s, it was all the way into the 90s before blood killed another blood. You know what I'm saying? And they was asking him about what he thought broke down the unity. You know, they asked different people said different things, but this one brother said something that was very interesting. He was like, one of the worst things that happened is they gave us our own house in the jail. That before we used to just be on the, he was like, they just made the Crip unit because they was coming in there, you know, with a lot of numbers. And everybody else was like, yeah, y'all tough guys, but you know, we throwing y'all in there with them. You know what I'm saying? But so at that time, the Bloods had to stick together. You know what I'm saying? Like you couldn't, you know, everything is just blood. But he said that eventually, once it started being enough trouble, they gave them their own house. You know what I'm saying? And he said that's when dudes started changing, like, you know, yeah, nah, those dudes, they not really blood, they power rules. You know what I'm saying? Or nah, they not really, they bishops really. They not really, they not power rule like that. You understand what I'm saying? And so now they start fighting with each other and noticing divisions that they had with each other that they never noticed before when they were surrounded by, you know, opposition. You see what I'm saying? So it's kind of the same thing right now, where it's like, you know, there's a lot of people that don't realize that, you know, you still surrounded by the opposition. You know what I'm saying? And you see it when things happen. And then they like, yo, you know, where's all the people that was with me? Hey, what are you talking about? The people that was with you was the people that took your money out. That don't got anything to do with us. You understand what I'm saying? But
Right.
so I think that's just something that's gotta happen where, you know, it's not gonna be you know, until people see the realities of life. You know what I'm saying? Like just and you know, I think too another thing that happened is kind of youth culture. You know, youth culture where kind of the values and the ideas of the young, right, and their understanding and worldview has been elevated over the values of the older people.
Yeah, that's a fact.
So you know, there's a lot of nutty ideas and behavior out there. I can't really call it, you know what I'm saying? You know, old people, there's a limit to that too. You know what I'm saying? Which I think that's also one of the things that's happening. You got so much old people. Like you said, one thing they start doing is extending childhood.
Yeah, you see, like the old ladies, they dress like young girls now. They used to look like.
Listen, you ain't gotta tell me. But yeah, I recall when all that first started happening. You know what I'm saying? When you see an old lady with a mini skirt on, and at first all the other old ladies, what the hell's wrong with you? Yeah, it's not even do. The other old lady, what the hell's wrong with her?
You know what that is? That's them devaluing wisdom in society. Because when you get older, you get wise. And now they're saying, well, we don't want that. We just want to be young.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah,
just want to be young.
And so that's what I'm saying. All of those things, at the end of the day, like if that's what you chasing, like that's so the other things is not as urgent to you. You know what I'm saying? Like you're not thinking like, yo, let me take this money and invest it in the future of the community somehow, right? Or even in the real future of myself, let me take it and get some fucking Botox or, whatever the fuck they do. You see what I'm saying? That is, it's just a difference, man. You know what I'm saying? And there's some things that, it's across the board, but you could definitely say that from what I see, you know what I'm saying? It could be a lot of people out there that I'm not paying attention to, but the women is not as vocal to me as in any, other time. Like, who's the Harriet Tubman right now? Yvette Carnell? Who's the like the the Panthers is an organization of women.
Yeah, but see that changed up in the 90s. Like you remember that Nas album when he came out on his second album? What was the name of his second album?
It's talking that God body shit.
Yeah, that joy right there. And that's
Listen,
around that time.
Which 5% was gonna miss that one? As soon as you said that, I knew what you were talking about.
Said, what? That God body shit? Nah, we going out with the real dudes is popping Cristal. You know what I'm saying? So it was written. He said, "I am now." It was written. That was the name of that joint, right? They was like, "Nah, we going out with the real dudes is popping Cristal."
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And so, that's just another thing. That's what I'm saying. Like people just not interested in that right now. Because it's not the situation. You know what I mean? Just like, look, before in January of 2020, right? I didn't even think about toilet paper. Like it's just, when you see you need something shit, you go to the store and get it. I didn't even think about it. You understand what I'm saying? But now you put me in a situation where the toilet paper is going, now I'm on a mission for this shit. You see what I'm saying? So when you put people in a position where they think they got freedom, justice, and equality, they ain't really think about it. They're like, yeah, it could be a little freer. It's still some people with this happening to them and that happening to them. But now, though, I'm living in a gated community, though. I ain't worried about that happening. You see what I'm saying? It's like it's just not it's not as urgent. You know what I'm saying? It's like putting people on a slave plantation, right? Where it ain't no chains, it ain't no fences. You know what I'm saying? or you put a motherfucker in jail where it ain't no guards, ain't no COs, ain't no fancy shit. Look, motherfucker might stick around. Because you don't even realize that this is a fucked up situation. And you know that story, I don't know if it's true or not, it sounds stupid, but that if you put a frog in a pot of water, but it's boiling already, the frog will jump right out. But if you put it in there and you put it on simmer and you let the water just heat up slowly, that he'll stay right there till he boil to death. You know what I'm saying? So right now, niggas is on simmer. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think that I don't think anything's going to change until we take our proper place in society again. I'm a strong advocate of that. What you said yesterday, though, really opened my eyes to something, though, when you talked about how back in the days, an adult my age would not be wearing sneakers. I really thought about that last night. Like, yo, when my father was my age, he was not wearing no damn sneakers. And I'm like, yo, that's really profound, because when you put on a suit and tie, right, and some nice shoes and walk up in the spot, people look and talk to you differently. As opposed to, I mean, not to say like it's some magic card or something like that, but it's just a different type of energy. Yeah. And that's what the father in them was wearing in a lot of them pictures.
But they ain't even wear sneakers then.
Right. But they were still wearing, they were still to the nines. And I think that
understand, sneakers kind of came popular from people stealing. That it used to be that it was only hard shoes, and then they came out with the PF Flyers and the Playboys that had the soft soles. So brothers first started wearing those to make their getaways. And then as time went on, like, sneakers was always for sports or whatever. People always wore them doing that. But, in terms of them becoming just regular everyday wear, like before, because, we came in the Jordan era when, sneakers started becoming more of a status symbol. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying like those original brothers, they said, or not the original, but brothers like in the late 60s, early 70s, they said that's originally, they just wanted soft soles so that they could get away.
So they get away.
Yeah.
But think about it though, for instance, we go back to what the sister said. We go into the club where the real dudes is popping Cristal. They still following a certain type of light. It's just not the light that is going to lead them out the darkness. You understand what I'm saying? So if we change the paradigm, right, on what our standards is as men, then we're going to be able to change the narrative.
Now, that is going to require, because, as long as we're on a certain particular scale, right, you're never going to measure up. You understand what I'm saying? Because, you want a scale where, all of the things that you're going to be measured by is different. You know what I'm saying? So, we would have to create an environment, right, where the principles of the people in that environment, right, is what is determining if this person is a man. You understand what I'm saying? Meaning like, the Jews determine that when a boy is 13, he's a man. He goes through whatever is the rites and passage that he's supposed to go through to be a man. And then from that point on, he's developing as a man. You understand what I'm saying? Whereas we in a society where it's the mainstream, you know what I'm saying, and not really the Black community that's kind of the measuring stick for it. So, you kind of see all kinds of warped out manifestations of manhood in that kind of environment, but just to say that, that type of like, I'm saying in terms of if we look at immigrant communities, you know what I'm saying? When they come here, whatever they is determined by their hopes and dreams. You know what I'm saying? Like they not assimilated. They don't even speak the language. They don't know what you're saying about them. You understand what I'm saying? Or if you look at kind of, that's a little bit of a bugged out situation, but when you hear the stories, for instance, of have you ever heard any of the stories of when they was founding the state of Israel with the kibbutz, I think they call it. Yeah, they talk about when they first went out there and they how the things they had to do to establish their society. You know what I'm saying? There was some people from they might have been from Chicago or Philly. I can't recall exactly where they was from, but they had a group that was here, you know what I'm saying, like Black Power type of people. And so they made a decision that they was gonna move back to Africa. You know what I'm saying? And when they moved back, they was like, yeah, we started seeing certain things that, in America, we was the righteous people and shit. You know what I'm saying? But when we got out here, we realized that now we niggas too and shit. You know what I'm saying? It was like it's certain things that they realized, like, yeah, why are we doing that? Like this ain't the hood and shit. You don't got to do that no more and shit. You know what I'm saying? So just saying in them same kind of ways, because, to a large degree, that's what we doing. We starting all over it. You know what I mean? Because the people that made it, and they free to do that. You know what I'm saying? You can't count their money, but look, it's clear they not going to do that. You know what I'm saying? In terms of, the Jay-Z's, the Kanye's, the Oprah's, they not going to do that. And that's cool.
The thing is, that's who the people are looking up to who would do something. All the people at the bottom are looking up to those people. So
yeah.
They're under their influence instead of going out and saying, we're going to change our community ourselves. They're looking up at these big stars and saying, well, that's what I got to do.
And that's why I say things gotta actually hit rock bottom. You know what I'm saying? Where, like I said, you got the, like I said, it's not even Christianity no more. You know what I'm saying? That's the dreams. That's people being sold. You know what I mean? About what could possibly happen if you accept the bullshit that they say. Kind of at the end of the day, to me, it's like, yeah, all of that is going to have to hit rock bottom. Like I look at it, I kind of, look at it, in the context of time. You know what I'm saying? Meaning that, the first people, right, that came to the city, right, in the migrations. You know what I'm saying? When they first got here, everything seemed rosy because they coming off of plantations. They coming off of sharecropping plantations where some of them have never made money before. You know what I'm saying? They were subsistence farmers. You know what I'm saying? So now, they got money they going places and they buying stuff, you know, they don't really see the crash that's coming.
Well, you want to hear something? I don't know if you heard this, but like one of the first black millionaires was a guy who basically was in a way betraying people because all those people down in the South that owned land, they had a deed to their little land that they got after Reconstruction. They wanted to come north, right? Because they thought that would be like being free. So what this guy would do is he said, okay, you give me the deed to that land, I'll let you have a room in my apartment building, which they didn't own. They didn't own the apartment building. Like they had, you know, maybe a certain amount of time they could stay there or something, but like they would have owned that land. And this guy got rich.
You know, unfortunately, that's quite possibly the most lucrative profession amongst Black people. You know what I'm saying?
Is betraying people?
Other Black people.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
You said the most lucrative profession amongst Black people is other Black.
Yeah, jerking around other Black people. Like a lot of times when we look at these people, right, their inventions be problematic. You know what I'm saying? to use one of the words that millennials be using. You know, they're like, look, from the very beginning, right? C.J. Walker. You know, her claim to fame is the straightening comb.
Right.
So, you know, for, you know, now at this time, when, you know, we're talking about how the, you know, images of Black women or whatever have been damaged, you know, and you go back into the history and you see that, you know, yeah, that's
C.J. Walker.
Yeah, you know, or, you know, a lot of times we complain about the depictions of Black people on TV, but a lot of times it's Black people that are writing those stories.
It's almost like, you know, the color line back in the day, all the Black people were in a state of oppression, right? So that kind of created a unity amongst Black people. And so there was sort of like maybe like distrust or something of like, oh, well, you're like me, you know, I can trust you. And then that creates an environment where if someone wanted to, you know, betray them, it's like you're betraying that unity and creating more disunity by like, you know, it's like you're taking it for yourself, you know, you like.
Is that, and then it was also just that by the 50s and the 60s, the people that came in the Great Migration was hitting rock bottom. You know what I'm saying? Like in the 20s, right? When Black people was first coming to Harlem, let's say, right? Harlem before that was a white area. So the apartments is still, you know what I'm saying? They not slum apartments yet up here. The slum shit is downtown in the LES. You understand what I'm saying? Where the Italians and the Irish is at. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, like I said, to my grandmother, certain things she never really saw in New York. Like she didn't really look at New York as that oppressive. You see what I'm saying? Because she moved up here from a sharecropping plantation. You know what I mean? So to her, it's like, I mean, ain't nobody getting hanged from trees. You know, she's, I don't see what y'all complaining about. Why don't you just get a job? And you know what I'm saying? Because her mindset is, look, it says in the Bible that we're going to go through shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's just the curse of hand. What the hell you think? That was her point of view. You see what I'm saying? But by the time you get to the 60s, this situation is hitting rock bottom. The war economy that they came up here to work in is gone now by the 1950s.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? You know, now everything is reversed and we building up the suburbs now. You understand what I'm saying? We don't have no money for this now. The benign neglect is starting to set in the inner city. So, these is the people, and you gotta remember that with a lot of these things, but specifically with the civil rights movement, there's a lot of kids. Like you had the older people, the SCLC and NAACP, those type of groups. But even with them, they old people now. You know what I'm saying? But back then, they was kids. A lot of people that was out there, those college kids. You understand what I'm saying? But it was just that the level that it had got to. You know what I'm saying? There's brothers that, you talk to old timers that say, that was one of the things that caused a lot of brothers to get into kung fu in the hood back in the days, was that, it was starting to just be an idea that, listen, it's gonna have to be armed struggle. Like that was another place where those riots was coming from. That, listen, this shit ain't gonna change. You know what I'm saying? It's been 100 years and it's getting worse. You see what I mean? So, but for right now, as long as, it's enough, we in the bread and circuses stage.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So right now, it's enough bread and enough circuses where people ain't noticing what's happening around them.
That's running out though.
Yeah, it's running out. It comes a certain point. You know what I mean? But like I said, I don't know how it's not reached. Like I said, to me, it's rock bottom.
It's on the verge of it. We're not there yet because we can still go to the grocery store and buy.
Because you can still go to the grocery store, and it's still, Marvel is still putting out movies.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's still other things out there, and that's the.
It reminds me of drug addiction.
Mm.
I had a period where I was addicted to drugs, and I was hiding it from people, but my money was slowly running out, and I was slowly selling my things. And eventually, I couldn't keep up that facade anymore, and it just had a point where I had to choose: am I going to die and go out on the street, or am I going to stop?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fact.
I don't.
So it's like addiction.
Yeah, I don't.
We're addicted to these things.
Right. That's what, see, in the lessons, it says he likes the devil because the devil gives him nothing. You see what I'm saying?
Why does he like the devil?
Yeah. You know what I mean? Because, these, abusive relationships work that way. You know what I'm saying? Where the person is abusing you, right? But they providing you with
You get that one little piece of bread to live off, and what you're getting beat every night.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? So you got like a love-hate relationship with this person.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Where, like you said, now you're defending the person. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody asks you, like, yo, is that person beating you up? Nah, that's not right.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Because, the type of relationships you have. So it's kind of that way, you know what I'm saying, in America right now where, certain things, that's going to cost you. You know what I'm saying? Some people it might cost you a lot, some people might cost you a little, but it's certain, like, that costs Harry Belafonte. Like Harry Belafonte was one of the dudes. You know, Harry Belafonte is out there with white women in the movies and shit. You know what I'm saying? But now you over here giving Martin Luther King money and shit. Now I'm feeling that. You see what I'm saying? You know, for James Brown and them to come out with you know, Black I'm Proud and all of that, you know, those was you know, risks that people took that people ain't willing to take today. You understand what I'm saying? So you know, I couldn't say what is I couldn't say what I couldn't say what it's going to take right now. I really, you know, it had to be, you know, catastrophic on that level, like the pandemic, where people woke up, right, and see how the pandemic was for everybody, or at least like, you know, you was, you know, below a certain level of income, how it was, you know, because the rich people, they just went out on their yachts and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But Black people got to wake up and one day it's like that, but just for Black people. You know what I'm saying? Like you go to the supermarket, hey, nah, none of this is for you.
Well, that's the thing is like, I feel like, you know, it's almost like a ticking clock till that happens, right? And it's like,
Yeah,
are we just gonna sit there and wait for that to happen and then boom, everything's gone? Or do we use this time to maybe build up some kind of a network or something?
here's the problem, right? The people is actually extending the time. You understand what I'm saying? Like the more you stay caught up, right, in the system, you're actually providing the fuel for the system. You know what I'm saying? Like the system needs people out there, the followers, the sheep. They need sheep. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So as long as you're being sheep, and then you not only being sheep, but you training the other sheep, you understand what I'm saying? And you're extending the time. See what I mean? They you know, just like a car stopped running when it got gas, the system is gonna stop flourishing when you stop having sheep.
But what is the best part? You said preserving the best part. What's the best part?
Just in terms of all of this stuff right here, you know, that we talking about, like I'm saying, the you know, within society, you know what I'm saying, the like from all of these things that's happening right now, right? What is it that we learning? Because, you know, that's what ends up happening if we don't you know, learn any of the lessons. You know what I mean? Because see, you know, learning can turn failure into a success. You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of things that you know, when you're looking at being successful or the type of level that we're talking about, you know, you got a short distance of time and a long distance of time. You know what I mean? So in a short distance of time, you know what I'm saying? You know, even if you look at the Bible, right? In a short distance of time, Jesus was a failure. You're supposed to do all this shit where you ride in on a donkey and shit, and you know what I'm saying? Instead, you got yourself killed.
In the short run.
In a short period of time. But the motherfuckers who did that, they end up being at the mercy of your Christian church. You see what I'm saying?
In the long run. Right.
Like whatever he was trying to do while he was alive, I feel is probably quite different from what the Christian church in America is doing.
Well, yeah, guaranteed in terms of that. But I'm just talking about in terms of you know, him having some teachings that he's dealing with. You know what I'm saying? You know, just the same way you got some people like, look, and not to harp on him, but everything is real. See, Outpost seemed real successful in a short distance of time. Yeah. But now everybody's like, oh man, yeah, you want to be Outpost now. You understand? Yeah. You see what I mean? So it's the same thing with a lot of people. Like, yeah, the short distance of time for about 2 or 3 years, because in reality, that's what it be a lot of times. You know what I'm saying? 2 or 3 years, 2 or 3 summers, the dude was a kingpin and then he did 17 years in jail.
Exactly. That's
So
it's like your choice in life is like you
yeah,
want to pay with cash or you want to pay with credit. Right?
yeah. So
If you want to pay with cash, you gotta wait, save up your money. But if you want to pay with credit, you can have it right now. But then you're in trouble later.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you got to look at those type of things in short distance of time and long distance. That's why I said that us coming back to our place, right? That's actually a long distance of time type of thing. You know what I'm saying? Unless we go about it, and if we gotta do it on our own, it's a long distance of time type of thing.
I say the lesson that I learned during this pandemic is to create a space of financial autonomy.
Yeah.
Because if you don't have that, they got total control. Even like that article said, like most people will be affected at this point by the mandate that Biden is putting in. When you say, all companies with over 100 employees and then all government workers, most people are going to have to make that decision, right? But if you have, just like you said, like the rich people, they went out on their yachts.
Yeah.
So, but it also ties back into what I was saying earlier about the butcher, the baker, and the candlestick maker. Because when we have these mom and pop shops, then we can make decisions on what we're going to do in our community. But if we don't have any of that, then we're at the whim of this control. So when it comes to financial autonomy, I think that, a lot of us got to make a decision on how we're going to move forward. And a lot of people is giving themselves more worth. Like people not just going to say, oh, well, I'm just going to work this job for the rest of my life now and, live check to check. And this, a lot of people is rethinking that paradigm at this point. But you got to take it to the next level beyond that and be able to plan your future in advance.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
I think
where
it's also possible that the entire system of capitalism is breaking down because just I think people is becoming overworked. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't really, it's not too many people that I know that be like, yo, I love going to work now. It's like a handful of people, what I'm saying, that's really doing like it's just people is tired and if you ever notice, rich people like to push this narrative, CEOs, they like to push this narrative that, hard work makes people happy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
At first they was getting that out the Bible. You know what I'm saying? That was a part of Christianity that, God wants us to do all this hard work and shit in service to him and shit. You know what I mean? But for whatever reason, they don't follow the same thing. Like if hard work makes you so happy, why don't you go to work? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They get to read the budgets that are working, you know.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
All the values going to the back office. All the value. They said Bezos said after he went up in that rocket ship, he said, "Thank you to my employees for making this happen." Yeah. All the value is going to the back office. The rate of pay has not really increased substantially in decades. So all of the true value is in the pocket of the back office.
I mean, but enough people have been sold the dream now You know what I'm saying? And of course, I'm more cynical than other people. You know what I'm saying? And I think the reason for that is that I've seen society collapse before. I've seen it, firsthand, New York City, late 70s, early 80s, society collapsed. Like people could fall out right there and the ambulance don't come. You know what I'm saying? Person could get shot and they better make it to the hospital. They all this shit, man. The police might come a couple hours to take them over there if they still, but don't expect no ambulance to come. Buildings burned to the ground, no fire department come. I see society collapse, man. Look, is a man for himself out here right now. Everybody's for themselves, man. It ain't nobody you calling that's coming to do nothing. There's no hot water.
No hot water. Wow.
So, look, that's what I'm saying. Shit that people, I don't know how prevalent that is in the world right now. You know what I mean? But, look, I seen society collapse, man. Listen, all the movies of motherfuckers seen from Fort Apache to Escape from New York, I lived it. You know what I'm saying?
How did it get turned around?
Listen, Warriors. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
what built it back up again? What effect in society created that change where it's now built back up?
The Rothschilds Bank.
They just paid for it?
Well, what they did was they focused in on Manhattan, lower Manhattan. You know what I'm saying? So it still was like it's still the times where the whole city is dangerous, but just in terms of their little Wall Street thing and everything, everybody was getting their overnight rate paid. You know what I'm saying? Whatever's a little loan from this bank to that bank, the bonds is getting paid and all of that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? So in terms of, the Wall Street and the bankers and all of that, that's how that came back. But the outer boroughs, really, that was Giuliani.
It's almost like, you saying the city collapsed. I bet you, like Rothschild probably just saw a good investment. He said, I'll just buy New York City. So what he did is he just paid to have.
Well, yeah, that's what happened. They made a deal with the city, and that was also a part of the collapse. Is that when they came in, they was like, well, look, you know what I'm saying? You need this loot right here. We checked your books and shit. You got too much teachers on the payroll, too much cops. You got too many firehouses, too many libraries open, too many swimming pools open.
So what they planned to demise.
You got too many extracurricular activities in school.
So he sent his accountants to tell him that?
They made something called there's a financial review board that I think it had 5 people on there. 2 was appointed by the governor and 3 was from the Rothschilds Bank.
So he set it up to fail?
Well, no, they actually paid them back the money. I think the city was about to go bankrupt, I think in 75, something like that. They paid them back the money by 1980, but they kept control of the city finances until Bloomberg, but Bloomberg is down. So he was able to go down there and politic his way off. You understand? But at one time, the mayor of the city had to go to this board and give them his budget for 5 years. and they had to approve it in order for it to go through. So just saying that, you know, if you grew up in New York City in the late 70s and the 80s, right? And you notice that, you know, there was just no, like all of that shit that you hear people talking about, the community centers closed and all of that. A lot of that has to do with the Rothschilds Bank saying, look, none of that shit till we get our money.
Mm.
Dude, what's his name? It's a dude, his name is Felix Rohatton. He was the actual broker. I actually you know, because when I heard this, because I learned this only maybe a few years ago. I learned about this sign. And I recall back in the days, you know, the shit, you know, with Ford telling the city drop dead and all that. But I didn't really, you know, I was baby. You know, it's just stuff I recall people saying, talking about. You know what I'm saying? But you know, when I found out, you know, that, like I said, this event had a lot to do with the, you know, the whole way, you know, the things that was going on around me when I was growing up. You know what I'm saying? Just like you know, I've heard of who the person is in different places, but you know, the dude Moses.
Robert Moses.
You know what I'm saying? Another guy.
What's the name of that book? I always see that book in people's library when they on TV.
Was in his favor or against him?
Nah, it's his book. Robert Moses' book.
I can't recall the name of
the
it.
Power, is it The Power Broker? It's something like that.
Could be, yeah. But
yeah.
You know, he was the guy that you know, it's a popular, well, it's popular now. You know what I'm saying? That one of the ways that they destroyed Black communities was by running highways through them.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So Robert Moses actually created the South Bronx.
That dumbass Cross Bronx Expressway.
Yeah. See, the Bronx naturally is divided by the Bronx River that runs north and south. So the natural geographics, the Bronx was really broken into the west side and the east side. Like that's historical, even in terms of from the Bronx River going towards the west, at one time was Manhattan. And from the Bronx River going towards the east was Westchester. You see what I'm saying? So, but once he put the Cross Bronx Expressway there, somebody came into a bank somewhere. Well, this is what they say. I haven't tracked this person down, but somebody came into the bank and asked for a loan, and whoever was like the manager, the supervisor, or whatever there, he told the regular loan officer, like, nah, we ain't doing no loan for that. In fact, you might as well write off everything below the South Bronx, below the Cross Bronx Expressway. And that is what became the South Bronx. So these people, that's what, I always did the knowledge to that. You know what I'm saying? That, you have a person with a gun, right? And they go out on the street. Let's say, even if you got a 75, you got a 75 shot drum. You know what I'm saying? At most, you might get some people where the bullet go through, you might get hurt. 90 people if you an excellent shot. You know what I'm saying? But then you had these guys who I'm just talking about right now that they just sign their name on the paper. You know what I'm saying? And 2,000 motherfuckers die every year. But that just show you the power of ideas.
Young Pharaoh arrested? What?
I studied that in a lot of cities. Like in Detroit, there's supposed to be a wall. Like it's a short wall, only about 3 feet high or something. And it runs between the black area and the white area. And the shit was there for like decades. Nobody never knew what it was and shit. And the shit was from the days of redlining when the what's these people? When the FHA was the kind of the main source of it, that he couldn't get the loan to build his development he was trying to build unless he guaranteed the FHA people that he was going to keep black people out. So to do that, he built the wall right there, but then, nobody lives right by the wall. It's some shit where, like, if you're walking in the woods, you might see it, but nobody knew what it was there for mad years. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, every inner city got their story. You know what I'm saying? And that's that's one of the things I'm curious about. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like some people come on here, they curious about if the earth is flat or, or if it's gravity. Now I got other dumb shit that I do. Like I'll go somewhere, right, and see the projects, and then I'll look that person up. Like, who the fuck is this person right here? Like, it's some people, if you in George Washington projects or Thomas Jefferson, that's obvious. But it's other motherfuckers where it's like, yo, you will fight and die over these projects, and you represent the name of this projects and everything. You don't even know who that person is. You know what I'm saying? Just like I said with the flag, like, look, if you don't know your lessons, you don't know, why you want to put that on for? Like, why you want to go through the trials and tribulations you don't even know what it is? At the very least, that's what I would do.
Yeah, I live in Red Hook, and it's pretty segregated there. Like, they got a pretty big project section, right? And that's where I see all the black people at. And right around the projects, all they really have is like, they got a liquor store, a candy store, a Chinese restaurant, and a pizza place. That's about all it is that and a convenience store, right? And it's like, there's probably like 5,000 or more people that live in these projects. And where are these people also? They can't all work in that area. There's obviously no work for them. But then, like, when you go outside of the projects, you don't really see that many black people. It's kind of like divided.
Well, see, Red Hook is one of the areas that black people came over there a little bit later. Mm-hmm. Like, that's an old Italian area, yeah. Where the Italians, what's his name? Al Capone's from over there.
Heard about it.
Yeah, Al Capone and what's that dude? What's your man name? They got shot in the restaurant down there.
Castellano?
Nah, not him. The dude that he's supposed to have been the dude that set up the dude in Columbus Circle, set up Colombo. I can't, man, it's not important and shit. But anyway, yeah, they from over there. You know what I'm saying? Because you gotta remember, see, when the projects first started, it's all white people in it.
Really?
Yeah, like it was some shit where they had to, like some equal opportunity shit, like they had to let some black people in just to satisfy some kind of quota or some shit like that.
So why was it all white people in the beginning though? If that's like the most affordable housing, and white people already have money, why are they the ones in there?
That movement really, see, first of all, the project movement, see that's why black people gotta watch things. See, black people like me, that's why I be cynical about a lot of things. Because shit will start out for white people, right? And then end up the worst effect would be on black people. You see what I'm saying? Like the RICO laws made for the mafia. You know what I'm saying? But it didn't tear the Italian community apart like it tore the black community
I
apart.
don't even know what that was.
That's the racketeering. That's when you got an organization of people, right? But because of the layers of the organization, you can't catch everybody. You only keep catching these lower level people.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yo, peace, God, I'm logging off.
All right, no doubt. So
Peace.
being able to have being able to charge the entire organization, that's RICO. You know what I'm saying? You're charging the entire organization with a conspiracy to do all of these crimes. You know what I'm saying? Or the same thing with COINTELPRO. COINTELPRO was first for communists that was infiltrating the government. You know what I'm saying? And so the same thing with the projects that started with Jacob Reese.
Oh yeah.
Jacob Reese started going around the slums when it was still all immigrants downtown and taking pictures of people like they living in, 10 people living in an apartment this big and shit like that. So, it started becoming this thing like, yo, we got to do all this humanitarian stuff and get these people out the slums. So that was originally the first projects was for them.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? The first projects is down on First Street and First Avenue in Manhattan. You know what I'm saying? And over time, by the time you start getting to the 50s and the 60s, that's when you start getting more black people in the projects. You know what I'm saying? Because it was for the immigrants, right, who was living in slum conditions. It was for people who you gotta remember you had the Great Depression, right? That's like 15 years or something, but the average amount of time of that, right? Over 10 years. So you got a whole group of people that they never moved out of the house and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like no new houses, new cars and shit like that is not really getting made during the Depression. So you had that group of people, and then you had the soldiers that was coming back from the war. So that was a lot of the first people. That was a lot of the first people that you see there.
So I don't. You can't even live in those today, like unless you've been there, right?
Where?
Projects. There's like a wait list, like 10-year wait list. I don't get in there.
I don't think it's quite 10 years, but yeah, it's a wait list, but
4 years.
And I mean,
I tried to live in it one time. I was living in a van in Rockaway Beach, and I was looking for. I couldn't afford anything, so I was like, "Well, maybe I'll try to live in the projects." And I went to the front door, and I was like, "Can I rent a room here?" He said, "You got to go through NYCHA." And so I filled it out, and my friend tells me like, "Oh, there's a 10-year waiting list," and I don't know if that's true or not, but I didn't hear anything from it 2 years, I didn't hear anything. So I don't know, it seems like it's actually harder to live in the apartments. Because the money it's just the rent is cheap.
Well, you gotta remember this too. The projects changed over in the early 70s. You know what I'm saying? This is all, see, like I said, I'm interested in stuff like that, right? Because to me, like that's kind of my history. You know what I'm saying? Like even if all of these things didn't necessarily happen to me, these were things that was happening in my environment. You know what I'm saying? It still affected me. You know what I'm saying? So at some point in the early 70s, right? By the late 60s and the early 70s, right? You get people coming up in a great migration, but they missed the boat. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like you had to be there in 1945. You had to be there, 41, 42, 43. Like, when yeah, right. When it's the wartime, like when my grandfather touched down, you know what I'm saying? He get here at 8 o'clock, 8:45, you got a job. You understand what I'm saying? So, by the late 70s, you got slum conditions. People is getting here, it's not the same shit. You know what I'm saying? And you get also, because of the Great Society starts kicking in, right? You get the welfare rolls and all of that start expanding around that time. You know what I'm saying? And so at first, when you had to go into the projects, right? Those was actually the more affluent people in the neighborhood. Like you had to have money, you had to have a job and means and all that shit to get in the project. You know what I'm saying? But at a certain time, they start making the projects the dumping grounds for the people that never made it. You know what I'm saying? And before that, most of the people that was in the project, that was like some temporary shit. You know what I'm saying? Like you was just there to just, it was a place for you to be upwardly mobile from. You know what I'm saying? Like people that came, the first people that was in the project, they sent their kids to college and shit from the project. You know what I'm saying? But once you start getting people in the projects that felt like, yo, we in here, we ain't gotta pay for electricity. It's like, listen, I ain't going no place, man. We made it now. See, once you start getting those people, you know what I'm saying? And just in the Black community in general, right? Like they're not the same people, but saying the industries and the economies, right? A lot of the Black people that's unemployed right now, right, is people that would have had a job in that Black economy. You know what I'm saying? Like at one time when it was segregation, for everything that was in the white world, you had it in the Black world, but you ain't need a high school diploma and shit.
Yeah.
Yes, you know what I'm saying? But see, once you shift these people over here, well, not even that you shift them over there, but once integration destroys the Black economy, a lot of those people just never caught back on. They, you know what I'm saying? They, they didn't have good education. So when integration came, they wasn't able to help their kids to navigate that system. You understand what I mean? In the integrated schools, and the ball kept rolling. You know what I'm saying? If they don't have nobody in their family that run fast and jump high, they might not have never made it out of those situations. So, that's the at least in New York City, that's the story of how the projects came to how to how you see them now.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? But a lot of places, you know, that's what ended up happening. You know what I'm saying? Jail became another place that was just a dumping ground for those people.
So you think that during times of segregation, Black people were doing better because they have their own communities, you're saying?
I mean, I'm biased, but I would say it.
Really?
You know, but I'm definitely biased, you know, on the topic.
No, I mean, I wasn't even alive in those days, so I can't, it's hard for me to picture exactly to what extent that, you know, that Black society was allowed to grow. You know, like you know, like we was talking like butcher, baker, candlestick maker, you know, so like, you know, and then you hear about like Black Wall Street, it's almost like once it got big enough, they just wanted to bomb it, you know? So what, I guess I just, you know, if things would have stayed separate, I don't think they would have been equal as far in terms of wealth. Because they eventually would have been attacked. The white people, like what Black Wall Street proves, that they would have just, if Black people just had their own separate society and it was allowed to grow, eventually it would become a separate country that would be attacked by the white country.
I mean, there's reasons for that, but it's just one of the things you can't think like that. Like, you can't. It's you know, in terms of just saying that, you know, if we build something and somebody's gonna try to destroy it, you can't think like that just in general. You know what I'm saying? But you know, the reason for that is a decision was made that, you know, we picked these people. Whether it was eeny, meeny, miny, mo, whatever it was, you know what I'm saying? You know, we picked these Black people to be on the bottom of the totem pole. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, and everybody else gets a chance to decide whether they want to get down with the program of, you know, keeping these people at the bottom, or you know, not joining in with the mainstream. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, like for example, you had the they call it real estate covenants, right? Which was you can move out here to the suburbs, but as part of your mortgage agreement, you agree not to sell your property to no Black people.
Hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, in that way, you know, you see that, okay, yeah, I just got to get with the program of keeping these people right here down, and I'm going to be allowed to live the American dream. You see what I'm saying? The issue with that is that, you know, right now, like I said, you know, I think that's a part of the rock bottom too, is that white people is starting to see that you know, the American dream is out of reach too.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So you know, that's another one of the kind of pillars of America. You understand what I'm saying? Or any empire for that matter, is that you have populations in there that's kind of keeping each other in check while you're doing what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? So you don't have to spend too much time and energy holding them down on your own. So, you know, if that collapses, That's just another level of the rock bottom. But
Wait, so you're saying that the idea of having different people fighting against each other is part of what holds society up?
empires, yeah, that's a Roman Empire tactic. And whenever they made a province, right, they would always include two factions of people that never got along with each other. See what I'm saying? Because if everybody is here is homogenous, right, then it's more likely they're gonna band together to uprise against us.
So
So
if you think that the idea of people putting aside their differences and coming together to rise up would mean the fall of the empire,
absolutely.
wouldn't that be, don't we kind of want that though?
No, I'm saying from the government standpoint, that's what they're doing. Not even from the government, from the empire standpoint, that's what it is that they do. Like any like look, you see the same thing with the British Empire or the French. Like when you look at Africa, right, and you see how many countries got all these warring tribes within them, that's because those people never was one thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, they, whatever geographical bounds or whatever is right here, and maybe we hunted the same animals, but we never was down with each other. So if you put them in a country, right, and now, you put one of them, you give one of them a little more power than the other one. You understand what I'm saying? Then they're gonna deal with a history with fighting and killing one another, while you could be there just taking the resources with no resistance. You see what I'm saying? If anything, you're gonna get, either side to cooperate with you. You know what I'm saying? If you offer them some help in this battle, what they having over here. You see what I'm saying? So it's the same thing in America where, you got enough different people with enough differences, right, that the population is paralyzed. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Meaning, they can't get enough people together, on one page to really accomplish something.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So, that's like the difference. That's one of the difference between America. Like, see, in Japan, right? In Japan, you know why you don't really hear about Japan having all this much social unrest and shit?
Because they're very nationalistic.
Yeah, and 99.9% of the people in Japan is Japanese.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So they don't, it's no people with other interests. You see what I'm saying? So, when we say we with something, we with it. See, other countries where people say, yeah, it runs. So like, look, 99% of the people in Switzerland are Swiss.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So they don't have all these different factions. It's not like over here where it's like, yo, you put something out there where it's like, okay, it's like 8 different sides to this issue.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, yeah, okay, yeah, but if they get that, we're gonna lose our jobs. You know what I'm saying? And the people over there is like, yeah, then our taxes is gonna go up. And the people over there, you know what I'm saying? So you got all these different factions, so which way it's gonna go? You know what I mean? But those are the things, I think that's another thing that happens. You know what I'm saying? Once you get to a point where people is really ready for that type of thing, then you can start to have monolithic ideas amongst a group of people. See, right now, Yeah, they always say that, black people is not monolithic. That's some bullshit anyway.
Wait, what?
When they say that a people is not monolithic, that's some bullshit. You understand what I'm saying? Like the only thing that people is monolithic in is like eating food and shit. You understand what I'm saying? Our DNA is not fucking monolithic. You see what I'm saying? So that it's like a straw man shit to just say. You understand what I'm saying? But what does exist is monolithic ideas. You know what I'm saying? Ideas that is bigger than the little individual ideas. You know what I'm saying? And the people that develop monolithic ideas, right? They just can bring more. They can bring more people to the force. You see what I'm saying? Like,
So it's almost like you're saying that an idea is what can unite people.
Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? But the people, it's something, it's something in the mindset. Like, see, this is what I'm saying, right? Nationalism is a monolithic idea.
Yeah.
Nationalism destroyed tribalism in Europe. You see what I'm saying? But in other places, nationalism may destroy tribalism.
Right.
Because that idea is not bigger than the idea of our tribe. You see what I'm saying?
It works better in certain locations, like Japan's an island, so it's not going to destroy that.
Yeah, see, Christianity, right, came close to destroying nationalism in Europe.
The Roman Empire?
Even after that, with the popes, with the crusades, with the Holy Roman Empire, you know what I'm saying, et cetera, they, it was Christianity that, you got different countries where they might be at war, right?
They're both Christian.
Yeah, right. So now
I
I can send you on the same mission to go against the Muslims.
see.
You see what I'm saying? Because we got a monolithic idea. You see what I mean? Islam is a monolithic idea where before this, we all little tribes going back and forth with each other. You know what I mean? But this idea right here is bigger than that. You understand what I'm saying? And that's not really manifested in a positive way, but, even gangs, you know what I'm saying? The type of gangs, those citywide type of gangs where it's like, the idea of this gang transcend this block. You know what I'm saying? Where, we this block and we repping this, but, we a part of this bigger thing right here. Like this is, you see what I'm saying? So, kind of with just the world that we live in right now is just different. Like, I recall when we used to come outside, right? And it would be one kid with a radio. Like it was just always somebody that was just in the music or whatever that had a radio, and he'd come out and we will all have our tapes on us. You know what I'm saying? And we take turns putting our tape in his radio. We chip in, get batteries, but we all was listening to the same song.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So we all kind of on the same beat. But see now, you see two people, they sit at the table across from each other. This dude got his headphones on, listening to his music. The other person got their headphones on. So they on a whole different drum.
Well, it's like the smartphone is this thing where now it's in a way it's united people because every single person has a smartphone. That's like the new monolith, man. It's like every single person has that little tablet, but it's also divided every single person where, we can no longer communicate with the guy right next to you.
Yeah, because everybody's on their own website. Everybody's in their own music. So that's what I'm saying. Those are the types of things that make, it makes it more difficult for it to be a monolithic idea. You know what I'm saying? Like even like right now, just when you hear people talking about, yo, who's the best rapper out right now, you're gonna get less of the consensus because everybody's listening to their own music. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to before, like we all listened to like, yo, we just heard the Rakim album and we just heard the, whoever this other person album, and we just heard the MC Light album, and we could sit down and make a decision on,
It was like in those days everything came out and everybody heard the same thing. This
See,
happened and that happened.
Yeah, see, I can tell you to listen to some music now, right? It's like before, a person say, yo, you heard that song? You're like, nah, I ain't heard it. You got it on tape? Like that was the thing. You got it on tape?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it on tape. Yeah, put it in the box and we check it out. See, now I might tell you, yo, check that song on your YouTube to see
you don't get to listen to it.
Yeah, and your headphones might be weak.
Yeah.
So you might don't hear it the way I heard it. You know what I'm saying? Your headphones might don't got that bass. You see what I'm saying? Because that happened. You ever heard a song and shit? You hear that shit with the bass? You're like, oh shit.
Totally.
You understand what I'm saying? So all of those is little things. That's what I'm saying. That's just see, divide and conquer, right? Is popular. People say that. You see, there's also conquer and then divide.
Mm.
You understand what I'm saying? So sometimes, when you look at the situation of the divisions that's here, there's a particular reason for that. You know what I'm saying? That all of those factions end up checking each other.
Hmm.
I told you, did you look up the Bacon Rebellion?
Bacon Rebellion?
The Bacon Rebellion.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, that's what I tell you.
Really? I don't know. Should I look it up next week or you want to talk about it right now?
Well, I mean, you got to look it up for yourself anyway. You know what I'm saying? If I tell you something here, I don't think it's true just because I said you got to know it's true because you went and did nods to it for yourself.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm not the religious holy person either. But Bacon's Rebellion was a particular one. There was others, but this particular one was famous because it was the it smelled good. There was a story about DC. It was a story about DC, man, that it's the violence out there is peaking at this point right now, but at the time we wasn't there. But in this Bacon's Rebellion, the white indentured servants and the black they might have still been indentured servants at that time.
Oh, is this John Punch?
Yeah, that's that one. That's Bacon's Rebellion, but that was the straw that broke the camel's back, where they was like, okay, we got these people is banding together against us, meaning the white people and the black people, the tall people and the short people, the men and the women, et cetera, et cetera. You see what I'm saying? So in order to stop that, right, they found kind of a different way to institute the class system in America. You know what I'm saying? Where it's not exact like in Europe, you know what I'm saying? With the, you don't kind of give people the idea that the lines is so hard to cross. You know what I'm saying? Like in Europe, if you were a peasant, you're just a peasant. And you're never gonna be in the royal family. You know what I'm saying? But in America, you're supposed to be able to go from a peasant to a king, you know what I'm saying, in a lifetime. But they still like I said, they was able to institute class here in America. Smell good. The tulips, that was in Holland. But yeah, look, there's a lot of things that remind me of that too right now. But no, this was on, hold up, let me see if I can find this story again for you. Smell good. This is in New York to allow 800,000 non-citizens to vote in local elections. That's why you can't be, let's stay away from this news sometimes. He said Dollar Tree gives up on buck with $1.25 price standard. Inflation. Oh, there it goes. DC records 200th homicide of the year, not seen since 2004. But yeah, I don't know what's going on in DC. I mean, these days I don't be seeing the real, the cause of most of the time I don't know why people be violent with each other. It's not, and not to say that everything was always serious before, but just the escalation. But yeah, that's bug, right? Dollar Tree is saying that they knew, I guess that's gonna be their new bottom price now, it's $1.25. That's how we get down there.
$1.25 tree.
$1.25 tree. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? I remember some years ago, they were saying that they wanted to do away with the penny. So looks like that's fast becoming a possibility. At the time, they was just saying they didn't want to do it because it might devalue money too much. You know what I mean? Like, if a penny's not even worth nothing no more.
Yeah, that's gonna be bad because what that means is right now they got 9 cents tax, right? If you can't give them that exact 9 cents, they're gonna round it up. They're not gonna round it down.
Yeah, most likely that's But you got Bitcoin. They got that in attempts of, I don't even know. I got like 1,000. I got like 1,000 from a penny. I got like 1,000 of a penny in interest that they owe me right now. But on these other, I got this whistle name. Called the Algorand's.
You know,
They want the copy. Yeah, that is a certain thing. Like right now, the nickel is I think the nickel is the only coin, right? That's the metal in it is worth more than the face value of the coin. You know what I'm saying? You know, when you look at a quarter or a dime and it got that little brown shit in it.
yeah.
Yeah, that's why they put that in it. So that they end up not spending more money in the metal than the coin is actually worth.
Yeah, I noticed the new quarters don't look very much like the old ones. They look more like aluminum or something.
Just say your physical is a crisis intervention, the crisis intervention officer. More overtime is all I hear about from him, but he loves to tell stories. Yeah, people that do that, they end up being they very gung ho. You know what I'm saying? But yes, man. The copper pennies is they not even copper no more, right? I figured that.
It used to be you could trade in a paper dollar for gold.
That was gold certificates though.
There's no a silver certificate they had too.
It was some gold certificates too.
But it was like a dollar meant a dollar in gold.
Yeah. But yeah, the silver certificate, I used to have them. But at the time, I didn't know that's what they was for. I just used to see that it says silver certificate on it. That'd be, I guess that'd be a pretty bugged out time right there. Yo, Vaughn. You got your iPhone? You got iPhone, right?
Oh, I lost that on the train. I lost that on the train and found the Galaxy on the train. Same line.
Yeah, that's. I can't. I left my goddamn charger.
You need an iPhone charger?
Yeah, you got a charger. But yeah, that was. But yeah, we expanded some topics there now. You might as well get to what you got over here.
Me?
Yeah.
All right. Well, last time we stopped at D, so we'll start there.
Mhm.
D, divine, relating to or proceeding directly from God, being or directed to a deity, supremely good.
You got the back piece, right?
Yeah.
So 5 is E, equality. And I found this kind of interesting how in the mathematics, equality is 6, but here it's 5. So it's like the same word, it could mean 2 different numbers. And we already did the definition for that. So the F, father, male parent, man who has begotten a child, also what is the name of God, and the first person of the Christian Trinity, or an old man. Let's keep going.
Yeah, keep going.
All right, the 7 is God. We did that one in the mathematics. So let's get that. He for 8. Healing. Let's see. Oh, these are just some interesting facts about he that I found. He is also the 5th letter of the Hebrew alphabet, and it's the letters for healing. And helium comes from the word helios, which is the sun. So he, male energy, is related to the sun energy. But it's a male person or animal, one who is strongly masculine. Her, we have a female relating to female, referring to woman or girl, or all could also mean a country or a boat, or a female animal. Sometimes countries are called her, or her, like Her Majesty, or like the boat is called, she's a boat. Say something like that. But also the word her comes from heraldry, which is kind of like the knights and stuff like that. The pseudo coat of arms and stuff is like heraldry. The family. I for 9. I couldn't get much from I because it was just like the definitions were all really just linguistics, and how it's like it's nominative singular pronoun. And it says
I self.
Yeah, I said referring to oneself. Oh, here's the one interesting thing I got about is it says in metaphysics it refers to the ego. So it's like when referring to self, you're connected to what they refer to as the ego, if there is such a thing as the ego. That's a whole separate thing.
Yeah, so you get into Freud and all that. Yes, it's been a long time, so but it's something about
there's the id, the ego, and the super ego, but honestly I couldn't really understand it.
I is supposed to be, like you said, like your ego and everything, and you got like this identity with all these things that's supposed to maybe not actually be objective, you know what I'm saying, but just got something to do with your values, and you gotta let these go for happiness. Yeah. That's a whole other science. I don't get too free.
Yeah, those guys like Freud were he was a weird dude.
Yeah, he's one of the people that. But you know why he's famous though, right? Because his nephew is the one that invented TV commercials.
Justice is 10. I got maintenance or administration of what is just by impartial adjustment of conflicting claims. So it's almost like saying you're maintaining what is just by comparing conflicting claims. It's like the method of justice.
The act of justice.
The act.
He's telling you, the idea of justice, you know what I'm saying, which is to make things right, you know what I'm saying? And then the act of justice of weighing and judging things.
And we also have establishment or determination of rights according to impartial or fair rules or laws of equity. Principle or ideal of just dealing or right action. Conformity to principle or ideal of righteousness or to truth, fact, or reason. Correctness. King is 11. A male sovereign or monarch. Man who holds by life tenure or heredity. Holds a monarchy position by life tenure or hereditary right. The chief authority over a country and people. God, it can also mean God or Christ according to the dictionary. Person or thing preeminent in its class. And then there's the verb of king, which is to make a king of. If you like to be king someone, make a king.
What did you get the what's the name of this dictionary again?
These are from these just this section right here. I looked up on the internet. I just Googled and searched like the dictionary word.
Yeah. I mean, because you know that's important too. You know what I'm saying, the source of it, but also you know if you get the opportunity, you know, look these words up. You know, not necessarily even now, but you know, just in your travels if you get a chance in a dictionary from that time period, meaning you know 1930.
Well, the one at the library, which I used for the second half of these, is a pretty old dictionary. It's a big one like that. It's probably from the 70s.
Yeah, so you got words that have fallen in and out of usage. You know what I'm saying? From you know, in words that are just used differently.
Which one? Where did you feel like it felt like that?
No, just these definitions in general, they're a little bit different.
Yeah, these are internet stuff. These are from when you type in Google, you say like this definition.
Yeah, they usually giving you the Merriam-Webster or the what's the other. But you know, Webster, he you know, sometime in the 80s he just started throwing all kinds of words in there. And then
what do you mean like new words?
You know the lady, what's the lady's name? She should be on the news in the morning time.
Kathy Lee or something?
One of those type of people. Yeah. I can't remember her exact name, but I don't think it was her. And she was on TV, and I think it was like something like it was like some political people or something, and they was talking, you know, whatever, and she just came out. She was like, "Yeah, he dissed you." Like, she was like, "Yeah, and, you know, you was trying to get this bill passed, and he just dissed you."
Yeah.
And dude was looking at her. And it was one of those moments. Like, it was a couple of moments that happened on TV that back in the days, the next day when we got to school, everybody was talking about that. Huh. Like, I remember one day, there was a show called Who's the Boss?
Yeah.
And one night, the lady on Who's the Boss was rocking a dookie rope chain. You know, everybody came back to school. Like, yo, son, did you see her rope toes? Like, it just was a couple moments where nobody expected that. Or it was a show, it only came on 1 or 2 times. The show called Graffiti Rock. And it was hip hop and shit on TV, but this is back like this gotta be like 85, 86, this show came on TV.
Before Breaking?
The movie?
Yeah.
Yeah, before Breaking. But that was another moment in New York City history where nobody could believe that hip hop came on TV, like everything, rappers, break dancing, DJing, but that was it was a seminal moment. But go ahead, where you at?
So how did you, what made you think of that when we're talking about a dictionary? You said we were talking about the dictionaries are changing, they threw in a bunch of words.
Oh, I was just saying that the word "diss," you know what I'm saying? It was strictly a street word. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't. People didn't use slang at all.
Well, they have like online on the internet now. They got like urban dictionary.
Right.
And now some of those words are becoming into actual dictionary.
Right. And see, none of that existed. Like even city to city, people use different slang.
But here's the thing though, language has always been continuously evolving.
Right.
And the language has never stayed still. As long as people moved over to a new place and cities fell and empires fell, language has been alive with people. It's like it's almost like a living thing, language, because it just continuously evolves and changes as the people do.
But I think it's getting looser though.
It's definitely getting looser.
Because
it's getting up kind of crazy right now.
Yeah, and especially with the internet, where you got all these abbreviations.
Yeah.
You got,
and then every time
every site kind of got their own lingo.
And every time a video goes viral, there's a new word that comes out on the video.
Yeah, that's why it's good too, because some words, the way they was used in 1930, is not the same way they use now. Even some words that don't go back that far. You know what I'm saying? You ask somebody who described themselves as that word in 1980,
right?
And they'll give you a different description than somebody who described themselves as that word in 2020. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like, you ever heard the word hipster?
Yeah.
Like back in the 1940s, that was like a cool jazz musician who was like, he was hip.
Mm-hmm.
But now, when you hear like a lot of white people saying hipster, it's like a derogatory term for, it means like that rich guy who's in Williamsburg who has all these like fancy clothes and looks stupid because he just looks like he's rich.
But yeah, you're right about that. Look, I've seen words, like for instance, and I heard somebody talking about, I'm not exactly sure how it happened, but how you see now they got LGBTQ.
Yeah.
I remember when the Q was derogatory.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That was so, things like that happen. But something? I've seen that happen with people.
Yeah.
I've seen that happen with people that's like, they started out, like, people was calling them a name to make fun of them.
Mm-hmm.
But then after a while, they started telling people that was their name.
Yeah, it became their nickname.
And
they became accepted.
Right, nobody don't even laugh at it no more. That was just his name. But when it started,
he actually got popular.
That's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? I seen that happen, so that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
things come full circle.
Yeah, with all of these different terms, that's how it is. You know what I mean? Just like, look, I was paying attention to the social media people, and I was seeing something how like the disrespect of men, right? And this used to be a hotel channel, but the disrespect of men is by women is very euphemistic. You know what I'm saying? And so,
what do you mean by that?
See, if you in a conversation, right, with a man, and he starts saying things to you like, you're just an immature little boy, and you can't handle the truth that I'm saying because you're just a weak little boy. These fighting words.
Right.
Yeah, so, but see, women are saying this to you all the time.
I know.
You understand what I'm saying? Now, I'm saying that, if you tell me something like, why don't you stop complaining? You're just being a weak little boy, right? This is the equivalent of shut the fuck up, bitch.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? But it's just not as acceptable for you. It's acceptable for her to say stop
Yeah,
complaining.
it's almost like it's like a natural for women to challenge it.
And see, and now that's what I'm saying. Now look, you will hear women call themselves a bitch all the time.
Yeah.
But you never hear dudes call themselves weak and mature little boys. You never hear a dude refer to his friends as yes, that's my weak immature home. You know what I'm saying? But you will hear women say, that's my bitch.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So, that's a little side. That's really getting sidetracked.
Yeah.
But perhaps
Keep
we'll
going?
explore that more on the city sciences.
Do you want me to keep going?
Yeah, keep
All
going.
right. Love. So 12 is 3 different words. Love is a feeling of strong or constant affection for a person, object of attachment, devotion or admiration, unselfish, loyal and benevolent concern for the good of another. That's one where I think it's important because that's almost like what separates love from lust is like if you're unselfish. Such as the fatherly concern. It says the fatherly concern of God for mankind. So that's a very Christian way of wording that. But it goes back to nature where you see like, the mother will always be concerned for her kids over herself, or the brotherly concern for others. Out of affection or liking for pleasure, that's sort of like a loose version of love because you just do something for pleasure, that's not a very deep love.
Yeah, see those ones, see love is one of the words that gotta be a verb too, you know what I'm saying? Like it's being described right there as a noun.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? But see, when you're dealing with these different emotions, right? Even from the standpoint of an idea, right? They ideas, from the standpoint of the noun, they ideas that have a certain kind of force. You understand what I'm saying? So, love is an idea that has a attraction force, a cohesive kind of force. You understand what I'm saying? And other emotions depending on how they relate to love. You know what I'm saying? They ideas that have, whatever other kind of force that you describe. You know what I'm saying? Hate, oddly enough, is also an idea that has a cohesive force. You know what I'm saying? People, I wouldn't say everybody, but a large percentage of people, man, if you notice, they appear to have a hard time staying away from the people and things they claim to hate.
It's true.
You know what I'm saying?
So if you picture love as a verb, you could say to do without compensation, gratuitously. consideration for the sake of others. So it's like to do something in that context would be to do in love.
Yeah, see, this types of definitions right here is you know, I think it is important, man, to go back. See, this is literary love that they explain it a lot, right? Which is like courtly love. You know what I'm saying? That's what the damsels in distress and the dragon slaying and the letting your hair down out the castle window and all that kind of shit. You understand what I'm saying? And then you have
It's like romanticism.
right.
But it's, romanticism, what you're saying is like, yes, that can apply to a man and a woman, but it can also apply as a philosophy on love to where.
Yeah, but see, the other philosophy that existed before courtly love was brotherly love.
Brotherly love,
You understand what I'm saying? Where, like you said, it's the, intrinsic values in a person. You understand what I'm saying? Like, the courtly love is the kind of like Hollywood TV love. You know what I'm saying? Where, almost the entire idea from, a diamond ring having something to do with a bond between a man and all that stuff come off the TV.
The Catholic Church had this these words they use. They use two different kinds of love. They said eros and agape.
Yeah, and there's a third one too. I can't remember yet. That is just not. We have it's a lesson I haven't seen in a long time. But when love got separated from sex, and it's basically telling that same type of story of, when courtly love was born out of brotherly love. You see what I'm saying? See, brotherly love is why you can have arranged marriages in other places. You see what I'm saying? Because people, the love that people have for each other is, based on their interaction more. You understand what I mean? Than, like you said, something just being like a object of your affection. You know what I'm saying? Where, you playing these songs and shit from, serenading and all that shit. That's, I mean, it's fine and good. You know what I'm saying? But the basis for that has to be brotherly love, right? Because that other stuff, right, is a lot about
Desire and control.
And just acute emotions, right? And kind of chemical reactions and shit. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you're not gonna feel the same adrenaline, you know what I'm saying, of when you first meet somebody, as whatever period of time down the line. You see what I mean? So when that first adrenaline wears off, right, the people that's only involved in courtly love, they falling out of love now.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Whereas the people with brotherly love, they might even, have like 5 whole years where they don't even like each other. But then they can get over it, you see what I'm saying? Because they dealing with brotherly love. You see what I'm saying?
Hell, we have a place regarded in various religions as a spiritual realm of evil and suffering. Another realm where the dead continue to exist. Another realm of the devil and demons in which condemned people suffer. Generalized term of abuse. Place or state of misery, torment, or wickedness. And here's an interesting one, which I thought was really interesting, is unrestrained fun or sportiveness. So it's almost like saying, you remember how you said like they were picking on the kid and they called him a name and then it became his name and it became kind of good for him. It can gotta go the other way to where you're having fun, you're having a good time and you don't hold back on anything. suddenly somebody gets hurt,
Mhm.
you know, so like fun, you're having a good time, and then suddenly turns into hell. You
We
know?
call that being a savage in the pursuit of happiness.
Yeah. But yeah, that's where, you know, a lot of these ideas in religion of like, you know, abstaining from things comes from this, because they know that if you subject yourself to certain things, you're going to lose control of your core belief and wisdom. So they just, you know, it's like you're not supposed to partake in things because, you know, certain restraints are going to keep you on the path. And right is righteousness or upright in accordance with what is good or proper, conforming to facts or truth, suitable, appropriate, straight, genuine, real. And that's the end of the internet definition. So I have. These other ones are from big dictionary at the library. 13 is master. Comes from magister is the word, like a root word. And that's probably the same root word as like magic or magus, or similar, like magistrate. This comes from that word. And master is a teacher or ruler, great figure of the past whose work serves as a model or ideal in fields such as science, art, writing. Those are masters. And as a verb, it could mean to bring under control, conquer, overcome, or bend to one. And 13 is also now, right? Master and now for 13.
No,
Oh no, now and end is 14. Sorry,
No.
I had it written by the wrong one.
Now nation or in.
Oh, nation too? I didn't see nation.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah, 793. That is one of those misnomers right there. Rave safely.
what word?
Rave safely.
Rave?
Yeah. I remember I saw this girl at a bar. That's what she was like, because she was talking about the way she was talking. It was like, she was like a responsible older rave person. So she was talking about how she teaches her cousin how to rave safely. That's what it was. She was like, wait, what? Oh man.
So you don't think that could even be possible?
They don't say rave no more. It's rave safely. That must be something else.
Are you talking about like
I don't
techno
know.
dancing?
I'm talking about they had this thing over here on Rams Island over here, and about 200 people pass out, and about 50 of them died. It was happening every year for a while. I think they kept them on.
Yeah, like a lot of people do drugs at those things.
Yeah, that's what they said. They all got some kind of bad, some I got no idea what that stuff is about.
So 14 now is end. At the present time, at this moment, or without delay. That's all I can find for that.
Say it again?
At the present time, at this moment, without delay.
Mm-hmm.
An end is a portion of an area that lies at the termination, serves as delimitation or boundary. The extreme or ultimate most remote section, or a point that marks the extent of something. We can skip to Queen because the other ones are in mathematics. 15 is cipher, which is O, so it's almost like they count O as 0.
Not really was. Because you gotta remember, O is 15. It's not 0. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
It's something that, when you're dealing with the geometry of it, the 360 degrees.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? But, don't mistake 15 for 0. You see what I'm saying? We going to go back into all of that right now. I just want to see what you got. But see, like even you brought up another good point earlier about how in the supreme mathematics, 6 is equality, and in the supreme alphabet, 5 is equality.
Right.
So yeah, all of that, we're gonna go back over that. I just want to see what definitions you got right now.
Okay. 16 is power. So 17 is queen. Woman who is the sovereign of a kingdom, a female monarch or wife of a king. 18, a rule or ruler. To control, direct, or influence the mind, character, and actions of. To curb or moderate by means of self-control. Exercise authority and power. Authoritative declaration, require or demand by judicial rule. 19 is self, belonging to self, one's own, a personality or mode of behavior regarded as typical of a particular individual. 19 is also savior, one that preserves or delivers from danger or destruction. Truth is 20. Quality or state of being faithful. Sincerity in character, action and speech. Genuineness in expressing feeling or belief. Honesty of clear, conscious view. Also square. It's an instrument with at least one right angle and 2 or more straight edges. That's the tool, square tool. It is also an equal-sided quadrilateral product of a number multiplied by itself, 4 right angles, and that's all like the shapes and the math, but it could, in kind of a philosophical sense, a square means just, fair, honest, and straightforward. And it can also mean respectable, traditional, law-abiding classes of society. And square can also mean like the dictionary called it, you would say square is like he's a square, like he's kind of boring or something, but the dictionary said it was someone with unsophisticated tastes. That's kind of like a slang derogatory version. 21 is you. I couldn't get much on this one. I just have the one being addressed. Victory, 22. Overcoming an enemy in battle. Gaining of superiority or success in any struggle. Moral or spiritual triumph. 23, wisdom. We did wisdom already, but I have this, the intelligent application. I had that from last time. X is unknown. Strange, unfamiliar, not known, incalculable, inexpressible. Y is 25. Initial reason or causation of, purpose, on what account, to what end. 26. Zig, zag, zig. Sharp turns or alterations in a course.
I see. So now you got these definitions, right? Now, the thing you gotta do, right, is as you put them in your mind, right, as the principles that they are. So, like for instance, what was the definition you gave for queen again?
Woman who is the sovereign of a kingdom, a female monarch, or wife of a king.
All right, now, see, queen, right, is also a certain set of principles. You understand what I'm saying? Like that's a role that an individual plays in the cipher. You know what I mean? As opposed to a prince or a princess or a king. You see what I mean? And there's certain things that has to be embodied in that for you to even be successful or victorious, right? As a queen or a ruler in, you know, whatever cipher that you're in. You see what I'm saying? The same way as, you know, man, that's a certain set of principles, right? That we say, who's the original man? The original man is the maker of only the cream of planet Earth, Father, civilization, God of the universe, right? Those are all certain principles that have to be upheld. You know what I'm saying? For you to make something and own it, right? It can't be something that, you know, from these things, you know, a person say, yeah, you know, you was doing that thing over there and you made some money, but where's that money now? And where's, you know what I'm saying? So that's a certain principle of what it is that you make and how it is that you make it. You understand what I'm saying? Are you making righteous ciphers or are you making the devil? You understand what I'm saying? You know, and that's what you gotta own up to. You being an individual who owns up to what it is that you made, whether it's positive or negative. These are the principles. You understand what I'm saying? Not just titles that you carry around because somebody gave it to you. You see what I'm saying? It's not like, you know, in England, I touch you on both shoulders with the sword. You see what I mean? And now you a knight. You know, now you're supposed to be a noble person, but you molesting little kids and shit.
Yeah.
You understand what I mean? Because you ain't really upholding the principles of a knight.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, those are the type of things, what I'm saying, that now over time, you're going to see when you start to look at all these realities, then you will see how to use it. So now when you see in whatever it is you're studying and say, okay, this person is a queen, right? Or like when you say, who's the you, who's the I? These are all the players right here on the planet Earth. See, you got to know who you are. You got to know who I am. You see what I'm saying? And sometimes the you and the I could be one and the same. And sometimes the you and the I could be other. You see what I'm saying? This is the thing that you learn when you say, okay, who's the he and who's the her? A lot of people always ask that seems simple. Why is that in there? Yeah, well, in 2020, 2021, we need to know who's the he, who's the hers.
Yeah.
It might not be so clear, but it's just saying that, okay, these are the people. So now we know, just like, look, you know, just in a conversation with this person, right? How is this conversation going to proceed? You know what I mean? It's going to proceed different if it's with he than it's with her. It's going to proceed different if it's with a king or it's with a prince. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, you know, that's the first thing you got to know. You know what I'm saying? That's the knowledge of yourself and the knowledge of other people, right? So you know how to activate in whatever realm you're going. You know what I'm saying? If you're going in a realm where, you know, you got to know who, look, an extension from I in you, right, is we and they. You understand what I'm saying? Who is them and who is us? You see what I'm saying? Because look, these are the things that we talking about right now. Like when we say the government come and they bring these separations amongst the other people, right? Okay, now they cloud my mind so much that I can't look at you and see myself. You understand what I'm saying? If we want to the same, I might look at you and see somebody else. But this is the way how you start to use these principles now that you got to, these is the main things you got to keep on cap. You can see after this, you don't really, 120 lessons, don't get me wrong, it was specifically chosen, you know what I'm saying, by Allah to help us to exercise our mathematical and supreme alphabet ability. You see what I mean? But at the same time, you know, once you got these supreme mathematics and supreme alphabet, the principles, you can read War and Peace. You can read the comic strip. You see what I'm saying? And you're gonna be able to get the best part out of it, some kind of understanding for self. You see what I mean? When you understand, like you gotta get the definition. So you're not way out on the meaning of the word, right? And then once you understand the principles, right, that those numbers is really embodying, you know what I mean, the steps and the stages of life that is embodying, then that's when you learn how to use it. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, for right now, you know, we had a good class. We'll be back. Well, you usually come on Tuesdays, but, you know, in the meantime, we go ahead and shut this one down. What you,
Right.
You got, what else you got there? Did you get the 7 characteristics of a wise man?
No. I just got the alphabet and the math, the 1 through 0, the mathematic number.
All right, well, you come back, I have some stuff. I got a couple.
Anything you want to give me now so I can take it home and look at it?
No, just get that stuff on cap.
What, on cap?
Yeah.
Okay, on cap mean you're lying?
Now, you see what I'm saying about word usage? Yeah. That's what I mean about the way words is used. You know, now on cap means on your head, you're thinking cap.
That's the old definition.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it.
The internet definition is the new one.
Yeah, but I like that one though. I just like the way it sounds. Yeah, I like the way they use it. You know, I actually use it. I like it. It's a couple people.
What?
Couple people that's you know, that's one of the ways I like it too, is that it's it got some kind of swag to it, because you know, you can say a person is capping, or you can say that's cap. Like this is the way it's smooth the way it rolls over the sun. I like it. You know
I think the idea of, you know, coming up with sort of new words is great. I think it's done properly.
The difference now though is I don't be seeing what's the correlation to what, you know what I'm saying? Like what does cat have to do with lying?
I don't know.
Now that's the, like you said, that's the old definition of cat.
Yeah.
You know, when I was coming through, when my age group was making slang, cat meant shooting.
Yeah.
Man, you said,
bust a cap.
Right. Well, if you look at, you say, yeah, cat, yo, man, yeah, who's out there, yo, cat started capping. You like, yo, people started capping, like, yeah, some guys be out. But now you like, cat started capping, like, where are you? Yeah, that's. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I don't like, what's the correlation?
I don't know.
Yeah, I never figured that one out. Never figured that one out at all. But so yeah, get those on cap, right? So now look, the next time you come in, right, you gotta know today's mathematics.
I heard that, like they go up to somebody and they say, what's today's mathematics?
Mhm.
What does that mean?
What does it mean when we say that, or what is today's mathematics?
Yeah, what is today's mathematics? If you ask that question, what are you asking about? How do you determine what today's mathematics would be?
Well, today's mathematics, right, today is the 23rd.
So it's based off the date.
No, it's based off today's mathematics. You see what I mean? Because that calendar is the Gregorian calendar that comes from the Pope. So we could decide to change that calendar, right? But we can't decide to change the science of mathematics. You see what I'm saying? So when you deal with mathematics, right, everything that's in us, everything that's around us, right, is mathematics is the basic format of the universe. You know what I mean? Whatever it is, in order for us to be able to describe it, we use mathematics, you know what I'm saying, to be the most exact. You got a certain amount of cells in your body, you a certain age, you a certain height, you breathe a certain amount of times per second, right? And all of these things is unique to each individual.
It's all based off measurements.
Yeah. But see, when we dealing with what today is, we all on the same clock with that. You see what I'm saying? And you a certain age on this day. And because you that age on this day, you experiencing this day a particular kind of way. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm a different age, next year on this same day, you're going to experience it a different kind of way because of growth and development. So all of those numbers count over time, right? We're going to get you in tune with all of them. But the number that we all in tune with right here, the numbers that we all dealing with, for instance, right now it's November, this is the 11th month. See what I'm saying? We all dealing with that. Right? This is the 23rd. We all dealing with that. So whatever is that mathematics for that day, you gotta know it.
So today's mathematics is going to be based off of something that's
Well, it should be based off of what you did yesterday. See, yesterday I built on wisdom. So this is the next day I'm building on wisdom and understanding. You see what I'm saying? If I didn't have a cell phone where I could look at the clock, right? Then where would I be? You understand what I'm saying? It's really about the steps and the stages that you're going through. You know what I'm saying? Like, what if something happened to you for whatever reason, even if you just was partying for a long time and then you went to rest for a whole day and you woke up? You know what I'm saying? What would the mathematics be? Because you missed that day, because you rested for a whole day, do that mean that the wisdom day didn't pass? See, it's about the actual science, what's going on this day. Like, that's actually how you activate. You understand what I'm saying?
So what's today's day?
Today is wisdom understanding.
So that is 23.
Exactly. See that right there? You got to know that when you come in. It's got to be like that, because this is how life is happening. You see what I'm saying? So when you come into a situation, you already got to know what's the knowledge, what's the wisdom, what's the understanding. Sometimes instantaneously, Sometimes, you got a minute, you know what I'm saying, where, you can sit back, Sometimes you got to make that minute and give yourself that minute and don't jump in so quick and take the time to do the knowledge. You see what I'm saying? You got to actually apply. That's how you act. That's when it becomes wisdom. When you actually apply in the situation, you know what I'm saying? You might come in, people be like, yo, Ryan, what you think? And now, you doing the knowledge, you like, well, yeah, I just came in and check out what's going on before I, you see what I'm saying? You applying to see the person come in. Yeah, this person over here is wrong. You know, you just jump on the bandwagon. Oh, yeah. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now you did the wisdom before the knowledge.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So that's why you gotta have all these principles on a cap. You understand what I mean? And then when you get to the alphabet, that's just another level of the communication. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because the mathematics, this is already the basic, anytime you have a pattern, right? Certain sequence, certain time, and certain intervals, and all of that is mathematics. You see what I'm saying?
So by knowing it more on cap, you can react faster.
You can react, yeah, well, that's what we gotta do. You know what I'm saying? Like everything,
And that reaction could apply to any, it's not just a date. It
right?
could be anything.
It applies to life. So right now you see a news story on the news, right, about whatever thing, you know what I'm saying? Now, whatever you think about that news story is gonna have something to do with how you react to it. You know what I'm saying? How you respond to it, whatever. So if you misunderstand what it's about, right, because you didn't apply the principles of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. You know what I'm saying? You apply the principles of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. You see what I'm saying? Or like I said, look, that's the principle of knowledge. Well, like I said, if I tell you something here, you're supposed to go research it. You got to go do the knowledge to it. Don't just take my wisdom on face value, because now you're putting the wisdom before the knowledge.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying? So, that's why you got to constantly have these things on cap, so you know. You see what I'm saying? That when you get to a certain, what's the name, right? It's like, okay, is this just something that these people is doing? You know what I'm saying? Or is this their culture? Is this their way of life? You understand what I mean? Because now the way you interact with them doing that is different. You understand what I mean? Because you might be doing something where I'm like, yo, say you might not realize what you're doing right there, you fucking up. You know what I'm saying? But that could be their way of life. That's how they want to do it.
Mm.
So now in that case, you leave them the fuck alone. You understand what I'm saying? But all of these things is, like I said, it's got to come to you over time. You know what I'm saying? It's not a thing where, you learn to bounce a basketball. You know what I'm saying? It's a thing where
Bouncing a basketball takes a lifetime for some people. They want to get really good at it.
yeah, but I'm saying that it's one of the things though where you're not gonna actually know what a basketball is until you get in a game.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? So you can have the supreme mathematics and supreme alphabet, right? But until you actually start using it, right, to break things down and build things up, right, you're not really gonna know what it is. So that's why, just me, myself, over the years, I've known thousands of 5%. People that try to memorize the signs. You see what I'm saying? Even though I'm telling you, keep it on cap, memorize, you only memorizing it so you can use it. You're not memorizing. Some people think that once you memorize it, now you got it. You see what I'm saying? Because you can speak it and you can go through those definitions. But it's really when you step out here, right?
Yeah, you got to see it in the world.
And how you use it, exactly. You see what I mean? And then that's
it's almost like a language.
Not almost like a language, it's a language. You know what I'm saying? So that's what you're doing right now. So like I said, put those on your mind, you know what I'm saying? Have the mathematics you should be able to get, you know what I mean? If you get that, start putting the alphabet on your mind, you know what I'm saying? So that you got command of it.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yep. Thank you for your teaching.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. Yes.
You live around here? You live around here?
Nah, actually, I rest in Medina, Brooklyn,
Yeah, what part of Brooklyn are you in?
Brownsville.
Brownsville? I'm in Red Hook. You happen to know anybody that's like a drummer? Like almost like a church drummer, like a jazzy church drummer who can play jazz.
Not around there, not around there. A couple people I know that do it, I don't even know if they, you know what I'm saying, really or not,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying, to be in the band right now. So,
Yeah, I'm looking for a new drummer. But in due time, I guess. Right now, I'm just working more on writing the material. So even if I got a drummer, I gotta put more work in before I'm even ready.
all right,
But yeah, I should be back next week. Yeah, like I said, my girl caught me up, so sometimes things happen. But try to come every Tuesday.
all right, no doubt.
All right.
I see, hold on, I see y'all over there. I see y'all over there talking about merch. I forgot to show y'all these. Wait a minute.
All right, peace.
Peace. Okay. Let's see this. Let's see the plan there. Bring up. Y'all know what that third. I got these for the babies too. I ain't got the what's your name though right here. Gotta get the little sample. Hold up. I got these right here for trying to know about that right there. I don't like this particular sample. I know we always do the champions. What did I do? We can bring back champagne. This job right here, this is still a little preliminary. I got this one though. This one is coming down the pipe. You got that John. Zip up hoodies. Yeah, we got zip up hoodies. Which joint? Cause I got a whole bunch of stuff to saved up. It's about to come. But yeah, we got zip up hoodies. Oh yeah, you talking about this joint right here? Yeah, these are some of mine. I like this one too. Came with these for Friday. All of these would be in fact on Friday. The ones, the zip up ones, talking about the zip up hoodies, they got the 7 on the in the corner. I think a lot of stuff was just the supply line's been messed up. That's one of the reasons why I'm getting all this out of the way now. That's why I'm getting all this stuff out now. So, you know, people try and get these before the holidays or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna come out. I got some stuff. This right here so far, you know, this is mostly for the brothers. I'm gonna come out with some stuff for the women. Oh yeah, the I got your boys. Yeah, I like those too. You know, it took me a while. I be noticing a lot of brothers, they be coming out with joints. I'll be like, yo, it's not like the way they flip that. You know what I'm saying? Like the brother that he used the North Face, the brother that used the North Face symbol for one of his designs, and the brother with the that is, I don't know who do that, but he got like the ingredients. It's like the ingredients from a package or whatever, but on the ingredients, it got like 120 lessons and everything. I was just like, yo, son, this is the way people be pulling that off. It's mad fly. So I just sat there and thought about it. I was like, yeah, you know what? I got one. I got one. Hold on, let me see. I ain't even, because I've been just designing them. I haven't even looked at the real specs on these for the eye guide. All right, it looks like I got two different, I got them on two different kinds of shirts, it looks like. Let me tell you right now. I give you a guesstimate. So they're gonna be, because I put them on two different shirts. So on the champions shirts, they're gonna be probably about $32. And on the Gildans, they probably gonna be about 25. In the zip up, yeah, I could put this on the zip up. Yeah, the law school. You talking about the physical education department? Yeah, that should be on. Yeah, we're gonna put that on zip ups too. But yeah, so far, yeah, I've been telling the truth, man. I ain't even hardly been outside, man. I've been getting so caught up in these. Oh yeah, is complete. I don't know if complete is still in here, but I got some other designs. I gotta send you to complete as soon as in fact, I probably end up getting that to you in the medicine cabinet in the DMs over there. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, at any rate, let me get back to work on these designs and getting everything ready over there. Thanks for all those suggestions y'all just gave me. I'll make sure I have the zip ups. We'll make sure that we have, we're gonna make sure we have some more colors. I didn't get a chance to put the designs on all the different colors that I wanted to, et cetera, et cetera. So we're gonna get that done. Also, the people who got the memberships is I'm gonna have a discount available for y'all. Hopefully we'll get a chance to kick it tomorrow. I do have some things I gotta handle, so I'm not sure I'm gonna be able to make it. If not, we definitely gonna get City Sciences in. We need to get a City Sciences in. Man, what's going on with Kyle Rittenhouse now? Man, I just got a message saying that he's saying his ex-lawyers set him up. Like I said, we're gonna have to do a City Science. At any rate, well, if you want to do pre-order, you can send it to my Cash App. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, they'll be available on the site on Friday. But other than that, like I said, in the meantime, in between time, if you made it this far, hit the like button, share this on your other pages. You know, other than that, I'm gonna sign off and say peace. And like I said, look for the alert over here, but the next live will be on the City Sciences channel. So right now, I'm gonna sign off and say peace, like I said before, and catch y'all on the read.